in Albany. Only Libby Hubbard has over 20 years working for us. She fought for the bottle bill. She fought for the Environmental Bond Act. She's worked with Governor Cuomo to take the politics out of judicial appointments. She's developed programs to fight drug abuse. Libby Hubbard, the clearest choice you'll ever have to make.
These are the top stories at the bottom of the hour. Police say a possible robbery attempt leads to a shooting in a Valley Stream car wash. Police are looking for a suspect. The wounded man survived 3 shots. A grand jury indictment against 4 men accused of ambushing rookie cop Edward Byrne is expected today. And a Babylon woman is in critical condition at Good Samaritan Hospital, and her estranged husband is dead following a murder-suicide attempt. And school administrators head for Albany to land more money for the Wantagh School District. Additional administrators from the island school districts are already at the Capitol.
Well, the Los Angeles coroner is now supporting the story of preppy murder suspect Robert Chambers. Chambers, of course, has been saying all along that he accidentally killed Jennifer Levin. Chambers says that he killed her by putting his arm around her neck and flipping her over. And the doctor who testified yesterday says that he doubts Jennifer Levin struggled violently for her life. The medical examiner saying that Levin's wounds were superficial and her nails were unbroken. And here on Long Island, a Mastic family is fighting for the right to legally adopt their 9-month-old foster child. But the agency that placed that child wants to take him away. News 12's Julie Kessler reports now the custody battle is taking on racial overtones.
Representatives of the foster care agency arriving at the Stanley home to remove Michael were greeted not only by John and Lee Stanley and their 9-month-old foster child. The Stanley's attorney and a member of Suffolk County's Human Rights Commission were also on hand.
And at this point, we're here to remove the child.
Do you have a court order?
At this point, I don't need a court order, sir. You have this document.
I will not release custody of the child without a court order.
In that case, then, our business here is complete.
At the heart of the issue is Michael. When the Stanleys first got him 7.5 months back, they were to provide foster care as part of the Little Guys project through Little Flower Children's Services in Wading River. The agency's purpose is to place abandoned infants or those in city-run hospitals with surrogate parents until appropriate permanent care is found.
Now Little Flower wants to remove Michael and place him with his sister and her godmother so he'll be closer to his biological family who are black. The Stanleys, who are white, feel this is outright discrimination and are fighting it.
We have enough evidence and preliminary investigation to justify our involvement and justify another closer look at the situation.
Lawrence Timpa says other cases against Little Flower indicate a need for new policy concerning interracial adoption. The Stanleys say they know of at least 6 other families on Long Island in similar situations, and they point to Joseph Caputo. Caputo, who is Suffolk County's comptroller, joined the Stanleys in an unofficial capacity to offer his support. He and his wife were forced to give up their foster care baby last year for the same reason.
Well, they're making a terrible mistake because I think that they missed an opportunity to take advantage of me as a public official, a person who has standing in the community, happened to be white, willing to take a black child into our family, into our home.
But Caputo went one step further. He accuses Little Flower of not caring about the children, but looking out for themselves financially.
Little Flower does get a fee for handling and taking care of these children or overseeing the care of these children. So in effect, they're making money by turning these children over instead of making permanent placements of them.
In a telephone conversation, a Little Flower spokesperson told me the charges are, quote, horrendously unfair, and expressed shock and disappointment at Caputo. In the meantime, the Stanleys are biding their time and waiting for Little Flower to return, this time with a court order.
It's just like being his natural mom. You're up with him. He doesn't sleep through the night. When he's sick, you know, you do everything you can for him. He's just like having your own child.
In Mastic, Julie Kessler, News 12, Long Island.
The waiting continues for that long-delayed study on Long Island's alarming breast cancer rate. And now there's word at least preliminary findings of the study will be released next month. Still, there's criticism of whether the SUNY Stony Brook study went far enough or is valid. News 12's Melba Tolliver continues her breast cancer series.
Investigating the relationships between toxins and the environment and human illness. That's Joan Swirsky's cup of tea. The Great Neck mother of 3 is a former RN who turned in her nurse's uniform some years ago, leaving that field for another of the helping professions. She's now a psychotherapist in private practice. She's also a writer. Research and health issues turn on this self-described ardent feminist. Her 8-part series on breast cancer for the women's...
The fact remains that most women who discover breast lumps, the lumps are benign. And it's important for women to know that, because if you feel a lump and you go into some stage of denial immediately because you're terrified, you're less apt to seek medical help. You're less apt to have a mammography.
Explain this when you say that as far as the survey itself is concerned, that it started off not on the right track, or it had a built-in fault.
I didn't understand how in an environment, in a community like Long Island, where it is known that we have a very serious problem with the water. In fact, the Environmental Protection Agency has said that Long Island has some of the most toxic dump sites in the nation, and we've closed 19 wells, maybe more than that now. And we have much evidence from places like Love Canal and Woburn, Massachusetts, and Staten Island that there are clear relationships between toxins in the environment and human illness. How could a survey be undertaken of this importance and not address the issue of a woman's drinking water, of her proximity to dump sites, toxic dump sites? It seemed flawed from the beginning.
Personally, how have your own habits about your breast health changed as a result of working on that series?
I'm really convinced that early detection is the key to the most promise for living a long, productive life. No woman can tot up her pluses in terms of early childbirth, no history of breast cancer, and feel safe about not having a mammography judiciously, or not doing a monthly self-breast examination, which is if some people are inhibited about doing that. And so I always suggest that they go to a nurse practitioner, go to a doctor, somebody that can either teach them or do it for them.
Now, do you think that the series you did on breast cancer is more valuable than, say, if you were taking care of a woman who was in a hospital who had breast cancer?
I think it's a variation on the theme. I think that a bedside nurse is a teacher, is an educator, does illuminate, does guide, and I think that's what a writer does. It's just a variation on the same theme.
That's Joan Swirsky, and I'm Melba Tolliver, News 12, Long Island.
Well, we move on to the question of insurance. Now, it's something we all suppose that we need, but how much do we need, and how do we pick the right kinds? I sure don't know, but our Consumer Reporter Good Housekeeping's New York editor, Benita Fury, has some advice.
Help. Well, I hope to do that. It's true that many of us wonder if we are underinsured, but it seems to me more to the point that many of us are overinsured, and the money going to pay premiums could be put to much better use. Take me, for example. I'm single, I have no children. Do I need life insurance?
I think that there is a savings element to life insurance, where it's a much better and more attractive deal today than it was in the past. And that, if you want to use it as a segment of your overall portfolio for retirement purposes, it's not terrible. But as far as a need for the protection, I would say you don't have one.
That's Benson Buzz Schultz giving me good advice. But what if I had children? What about all those ads that say, for example, if you love your child, prove it by getting insurance for your child?
I think if the death of someone caused a financial impact, a negative impact, there would be a need for insurance. If there was no need, does that mean that a person doesn't love their child? I would tend to take that ad with a grain of salt.
Life insurance is simply one of those very sticky issues. Some people ignore it, but many others of us end up overinsured. Mr. Schultz says a good agent will look at your whole financial situation before making out your policy.
The insurance agent should take a complete inventory of their assets. They have group insurance where they work. in many cases, a pension plan, which would have a pre-retirement death benefit. Social Security benefits can be considerable. There are other assets, savings, cash on hand, mutual funds, stocks. All of these can contribute towards supporting a family. Where the shortfall is, that's where insurance comes in. But by no means does insurance have to do the entire job.
How do you find a good agent?
Personal recommendations are helpful, and your own gut feeling, and what the man is telling you. I would look out for anyone who makes blanket statements and says, everybody in your position should have this. Anyone that refuses to give you a written proposal. Anyone who does not want to give you several proposals and explain them to you. And I would be very much cautious about proposals that are overly sophisticated.
Now, it seems to me that when you're shopping for other insurance, such as homeowners, medical, or car insurance, you should use the same guide rules Mr. Schultz gave me for looking for an agent to get life insurance.
Oh, it's very simple.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, if only all of life was like that. Thank you, Benita.
You have to realize you have to simplify things for people like me who defines new math as what happens in my checkbook.
Right.
Thanks a lot, Benita.
All right, coming up, meteorologist Joe Chaffee returns to tell us how long the wonderful weather will last.
Also, we're going to have highlights on some local hoops, sports, and weather ahead, so stay with us.
With my eyes closed, I can't tell you which row of cotton socks were washed in which fabric softener. But with my eyes open, I can see these whites are whiter. These colors are brighter. It could only be Final Touch.
Whiter, brighter softness. Only Final Touch fabric softener.
Definitely Final Touch. That was your brother, Roger. He calls me from everywhere. 914-212.
But he never visits.
718.
Or drives her to bingo.
516.
Why is he so special?
Even 203. To Roger, money is no object.
She thinks he's calling long distance. But he's not.
You can call any of these area codes from any other and get New York Telephone's low rates, the lowest for nearly all calls.
Mom, those calls cost Roger hardly anything.
That Roger is so thrifty.
New York Telephone, a NYNEX company.
Well, Hempstead High School is on top of the world today. They're champs of Class A basketball in Nassau after beating longtime rival Freeport High School. News 12's Mike Zimmett was there to catch all the action.
Hempstead earned their win over Freeport. Simply put, they wanted the game more than their opponents, and Hempstead won the game with their trapping defense.
We've never had a problem with big front lines. And the youngsters know that you just have to have your weak side help there. If the weak side help isn't there, you're in trouble. So we paid a lot of attention to the guy being there for the weak side. And we got numerous steals off of the weak side man being there.
In the first quarter, Hempstead blazed off to a 12-2 lead, capped off by this tip by Kyle Jones, who finished with 18 points. But Freeport had its moments, too. Jones went up against Freeport's Eric Coates and was rejected emphatically. But perhaps the biggest basket of the game came in the third quarter. Freeport pulled to within 2 points, 32-30, when off the steal, Jones slammed the ball and completed a huge three-point play.
The pressing helped a lot, the trap a little bit, and we played hard here and made costly turnovers.
What was the difference, Eric, them winning, you losing?
Probably the shots not dropping. That's the only difference. We got the opportunities, just couldn't make it fall.
Next up for Hempstead, a date with Walt Whitman on Friday for the Long Island Class A title. In Uniondale, Mike Zimmett, News 12, Long Island.
Well, wouldn't you know, this beautiful spring-like weather was just too good to be true. It's not going to last. Joe Chaffee is predicting wet rain in our forecast.
Rain is springtime,
Yeah.
wakes the ground. This time of year, especially a March rain, for some reason, the ground looks so barren, and the grass is so brown and stuff. But you get a little March rain and get deeper into the month, starts to warm up. But Roma is correct, though. Spring is not really here yet. I'm sure we'll probably see at least one more shot of Arctic air trying to come down from the Canadian area in Western Canada that often sees Arctic air masses build up there. But we think that as we get deeper into March, of course, those air masses will become fewer and far between. Morning lows from our weather watchers. Joe Schiavone of North Haven got down to 32. This was pretty much the story this morning. We were just around freezing. This time of year, around freezing is fairly warm. Our normal lows are still in the 20s, but when you start from a launching pad like this, you can't help but go up into the 50s. 35, Montauk the low, Riverhead saw a low of 30, South Hole 32, Port Jefferson 32. Now, as you move westward into the inland sections on Long Island, you start to see a few 20s showing up. East Patchogue away from the shore, 28. Carroll Burnson, Mud Creek, though, had a low of 30. East Islip, a low of 27. 28 at Smithtown. East Northport, low of 24. 30, the low in Northport itself. 34, Great Neck. South Shore, Freeport, 33. And West Babylon, a low of 32. U.S. satellite view really tells a story in the east with skies mostly clear. But look at back out in the west, in the Midwest and down to the Gulf states, a lot of moisture building up and streaming up from the Gulf of Mexico and arcing back over the northern plain states. We have a sort of a double-barrel storm system, one storm crossing the lakes, another one coming up out of the Gulf states. So we think a lot of moisture here. The system will be able to tap a lot of moisture first from the Gulf and later from the Atlantic. So we think that when this rain moves in here later on tomorrow into Thursday, we could get about an inch or so of the wet stuff. Then after this moves on out, we should hopefully dry things up. We're going to take you a little closer. You don't see this too often, but in the springtime, you start to see more of these very well-defined swirls, how the clouds just sort of rotate around. There's a strong upper air disturbance. That's why we're talking about rain in the forecast, but not for today. Lots of sunshine, temperatures getting up into the 50s, highs 50 to 55, shore temperatures mostly in the 40s because of the coastal sea breeze. Clear early, but clouds coming in later tonight, breezy and mild, 37 to 42. And for tomorrow, look for windy and mild conditions with clouds thickening up, rain arriving probably after the morning rush. Probably rain will get here for the evening rush. Highs 50 to 55. Coastal sections mostly in the 40s.
Nice.
Yeah, and you're the proud papa of tomato seedlings.
That's right, yes. 2 sprouted out of 36 so far.
Okay.
Actually out of 72 because I planted 36 more yesterday.
Give that man a cigar. Well, what is there to say about rice? I love it, but if there's anyone out there who has anything to say about the grain, it's our Stan Dworkin.
This is white rice. I bought it. I have to confess, I bought it because my dog was sick. I don't buy white rice for myself anymore. I buy only brown rice. This is brown rice right from the supermarket box. Brown rice has got the bran in it. That brownness is the outer covering of the rice. It is what is called rice polish or rice bran. It has B vitamins in it, but more than anything else, it's got fiber. Brown rice is higher in fiber than white rice, makes it a much better food for you. This is long grain brown rice. This is short grain brown rice. Short grain is harder to find. It is sweeter, has a chewier texture, but you can only get that in Oriental food stores. The long grain brown rice, you can get it in any supermarket. And long grain brown rice is just as good for you. What's the difference between brown rice and white rice in flavor? Brown rice has a nuttier, sweeter flavor, a more definite flavor than does white rice. Try brown rice. It takes a little longer to cook than does white rice, but I think you'll find that aside from being more nutritious, you'll like it better. Until next time, in the Produce Corner, from King Cullen in Hicksville, for News 12, this is Stan Dworkin.
I love rice. Now that spring is nearly sprung, it is the season for fashion shows.
That's right.
We'll be looking at a very weird fashion show in a few minutes.
Yeah, very unusual. All the models are going to have wings. You're not going to believe this, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
Quiche. Country.
France.
I love the charm of country French furniture.
You do?
Or the splendor of a Georgian court.
Sounds great.
But we'd probably be happier with something contemporary but elegant, like Canova.
You're either hinting for a trip around the world.
Or a trip to Ethan Allen.
The winter sale event at Ethan Allen, brought to you by Restful Interiors, with 4 convenient locations in Bayshore, Manhasset, Bayside, and Southampton. Visit yours today.
Hello.
For Birds Only of Mineola is celebrating their 4-year anniversary by taking 10% off every item in the store, from tropical birds to cages, seeds, books, and more. Visit For Birds Only and see how all their tropical birds are raised on open perches and hand-fed. And every bird sold comes with a store guarantee. So come to For Birds Only and take 10% off everything in the store. For Birds Only on Jericho Turnpike in Mineola.
Bye-bye.
Well, funeral arrangements are underway for female impersonator Divine. Harris Glenn Milstead died in his sleep early yesterday. The 320-pound actor apparently choked to death. He'd been eating a sandwich. Divine is currently in the 60s flavored movie Hairspray that's in your local theaters now. A longtime favorite of counterculture film audiences, Divine first made waves in John Waters' film Female Trouble, and then he stunned audiences with a variety of acts in the underground classic Pink Flamingos. Divine was in Los Angeles for a guest appearance on the Fox television show Married with Children when he died. Film actor Divine dead at only 42. Well, when you hear the expression for the birds, you're likely to think of something negative, right? But in the case of one Long Island woman, for the birds can only be a wonderful thing. That woman is Huntington Station's Alba Ballard. She's got the most incredible collection of exotic birds. She's known to many as the Bird Woman of Long Island. Today, she and her fashions join Roma with 2 feathered friends, ladies and birds.
Thanks, Carol. Lucky me. This is Alba Ballard, of course, and these are her 2 feathered friends. Alba, who do we have here?
Okay, this one here is a Viking, is a green-winged macaw, which is just belong to the Long Island Parrot Society.
Now, you just discovered that, didn't you?
I just discovered, they just started, which is very good, because also now parrot, they are their own club. And he got the sweater like, you want me to put him on?
Sure, we'd love to see this.
Okay, good.
Now, you make all these costumes,
Yeah, I
don't
do
you?
make them all, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, this has got the sweater for the Parrot Society, which is very good because, you know, they are beautiful creatures. They have all club for cats and dogs, and it's good they have it also for birds.
Yeah,
I'm very proud of it.
And
okay.
they have a big membership, yes?
Sure, oh yes, they start to get a lot of them. Okay, now we're going to try another costume for the springtime. And this one going to be, I mean, for the St. Patrick's Day. I got to go down. Is that all right if I can go?
Yeah, I think that's all right.
Okay.
They'll let us know if you can't.
Yeah.
Now, does it bother them to put them in clothes like that?
No, because they are trained. If a bird really don't want to do that,
they'll do that.
They do that. No, it's just now because. Oh, okay, good boy, good boy.
Oh,
okay, this is the leprechaun. For the leprechaun, for the male leprechaun, for the gentleman. Okay, there it is.
God.
And now we're going to try for the lady, the leprechaun, okay?
Now, what do you do with these costumes once you make them? How do you
I keep it. I'm collected. I have a lot of them. Okay.
What's
okay,
she
now
saying?
I got to go. Oh, she's all excited. She's all thrilled because now it's her turn to be dressed.
Okay.
Okay. Now, she's going to wear something very beautiful that I did at one time for the South Pacific. Come on, come on.
We can turn you around.
No,
there
it'll
you
be
go.
like that. Okay, this is for the vacation in the South Pacific or in the Caribbean for any matter. Come on. A very beautiful gown.
My gosh. How long does it take you to make these?
Come on, Cosmo. Okay. See, when I put the costume on, I have to
Do you need
concentrate.
help with that?
It's very difficult. Come on.
Alba,
Cosmo.
This is Cosmo?
Yeah, this is Cosmo, okay.
How long does it take you to make these?
Oh, well, quite time because, okay, now this one is a new kind of costume that I did. And you see that this have a leg, see? It looks like if she gonna go to the beach.
The
Come
South
on.
Seas.
Yeah, see? See?
And
That
she's
is-
even got a little cocktail
Yeah,
here.
oh yeah. See?
So we're heading down to Rio.
Yeah, that's not Rio. And then, can you give me that one there?
Sure,
please?
the
Yeah,
white?
that one there. This is a beautiful one. I did it for the prom, you know?
Uh-huh.
And that I will call like
No, it's
a
not
romantic
pretty.
afternoon. You see?
A romantic interlude.
Yeah, see?
Now, this is the female?
This is the female,
And
yeah.
then we have
yeah,
the male here.
Then you take the hat off and you put him in.
Oh, gosh.
See? And she's gonna wear, come on, Cosmo. What a good girl. There she is. You see?
Oh,
Okay.
Look look at her. She looks proud.
Yeah. Oh, she's very proud. And now we're going to do for the female.
She's preening.
Yeah, she's preening. See, it's very difficult to do this one alive because they take the, they get a little nervous because the new environment. But once they get, see, this one is for a girl. You see, you have to actually go through like that.
Oh, there, that's
This is a polyprecant lady.
Oh.
No, it's just before they got a little nervous because they just got inside here, the light and the camera make it nervous. This is for the lady for the St. Patrick Day. See? A new fashion, okay?
Oh, that's too much. Now, you have a David Letterman.
Oh, yes, I'm going to do David Letterman now, okay? Now, this one here, for do David Letterman, I have to take this one down.
Now, these birds have been on the David Letterman show,
Oh, yeah, they do. They have done lots of David Letterman show. Okay, yeah. Let me switch it.
Okay.
Okay, I have another small perch that I was supposed to be. Okay.
Well, I think we're running out of time. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait for David Letterman.
Well.
You know something, Alba? We're going to invite you back.
Yeah,
to show us David Letterman.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that I come back one time we have a different situation.
We'll bid farewell to our fine feathered friends here.
Okay. Thanks very much, ladies. And boy, when it comes to Alba Ballard, there's nothing foul about her spring fashions, huh? Well, Roma and I are going to be back with more news of your Tuesday, so stay with us. Good day, everybody.
Long Island, 24 hours every day. News from Great Neck to Montauk. News 12, Long Island.
I'll never be president. I may be governor forever, but I'll never be president. Governor.
Hello, I'm Doug Geed. Governor Mario Cuomo made that statement to News 12 this morning while on Long Island, his strongest statement to date on his presidential aspirations. The remark came following a campaign appearance on behalf of 2 local Democratic Assembly candidates. We'll have more on Cuomo and reaction to his statement throughout the day.
I'm meteorologist Joe Chaffee, and we will see our weather slowly improve throughout the day, and then the improvement will continue through tomorrow and to hopefully at least part of the weekend. We will see temperatures above normal, a really nice couple of days setting up. We'll have the complete forecast for you, and we will also look back at nostalgia at the blizzard of 1888, 100 years ago. The anniversary is this coming Saturday.
Okay, thanks, Joe. In our top story today, there's all kinds of talk going on at Grumman Aerospace that is, in Bethpage, over which 600 employees are going to be getting pink slips. The company says it's cutting its Long Island workforce by 2,300 by the end of the year. The 600 will be laid off by the end of the month, next month.
Yep, News 12's Carolyn Gussoff is standing by now at Grumman's Bethpage headquarters with more on those cutbacks. Carolyn?
Roma, many of the Grumman employees found out about the layoffs late last night and early this morning. They know the 600 jobs will be lost in aerospace, data processing, and the electronics division, but they don't know exactly who will be affected. They do say the layoffs are no surprise, and that was the topic this morning at area diners.
Well, it's nothing new. They've been expecting a long time, and especially in the area I am, they follow proposals very closely. And when we did win at the beginning of the year this big ATA contract, be a new aircraft for the 90s and beyond, they were already prepared for that, and they realized that eventually there has to be some effect to it.
Ed Garvey, a Grumman employee for 25 years, summed up the talk here at the Trio Coffee Shop, where Grumman workers gather for breakfast and lunch. It is a resigned reaction that caught few people by surprise, but seeing the news of layoffs in print has left even those who anticipated this unsure of their status. Are you going to be affected by this?
I'm not really sure. I don't believe so, but I don't know.
Is there anger or fear, or you just accept it?
I don't think there's anger or fear. I just think we all accept it.
So as you heard, employees here have been expecting this, but that doesn't make the news any easier to take. Budget constraints and the cost of doing business here on Long Island has taken its toll. The 600 employees may get their pink slips today. By the end of the week, they really don't know. It will come by April, though, and 2,300 employees are expected to be laid off by the end of the year. In Bethpage, I'm Carolyn Gussoff reporting. Let's go back now to the studio.
Carolyn, I have a question. It's Roma. Have the employees been told when exactly they'll find out who among them is going to get the axe?
They really don't know who, but there has been talk. There's talk that it's going to be the job shoppers. Those are the contract employees. They're not regular employees of Grumman. They're more like freelance. And there's talk that they will be the first to go.
Okay. Thanks, Carolyn.
Thank you, Carolyn. And on to news elsewhere today. A news conference in New York City, this one involving the parents of murdered cop Ed Byrne of North Massapequa. They're talking about their son's death. And the head of the New York Probation Officers Union is suggesting that the Byrne family sue the city and sue the probation department. Wallace Cheatham says one of the murder suspects, parole violator Todd Scott, was not in jail at the time of the murder. That's because probation officers have too heavy a caseload and couldn't keep up with Scott. Instead, they say Scott was on the street, and he allegedly fired the shots that killed the young officer. And last night, the Byrne family met with the man their son was guarding when he was killed. He's a witness in a drug trial. Reports say that the family and the man known as Al June hugged and kissed each other. And now that police in Queens are stepping up on the crackdown on drugs after Byrne's death, will Nassau County become a drug haven? Well, Police Commissioner Sam Rossi says Nassau is doing everything possible to make sure the drug dealers don't come east.
In terms of arrests, in terms of those areas where we feel that there are a number of violations pertaining to drugs, we have concentrated our Narcotics Bureau, we have concentrated a number of undercover people, and we have some sting operations going. I can't disclose much more than that, of course.
Now, Rossi says, yes, it's true that enforcement is really essential, but the best way to fight drugs is to educate young people about the dangers.
A North Babylon woman shot by her estranged husband has died. Police say 38-year-old Angelina Doherty was critically wounded by her husband Terrence Monday afternoon at their home. He then killed himself. A fight between the two caused the shooting. Police tried to break it up, but Mr. Doherty fired the gun before officials could stop him. Doctors pronounced Mrs. Doherty dead yesterday, 2 days after she was admitted to Good Samaritan Hospital in a technically brain-dead condition. And a Valley Stream car wash owner remains in critical condition while police search for the gunman who shot him. Michael Shapiro was opening his North Side car wash Tuesday morning when a man fired 6 shots. Shapiro was hit in the arm, back, and hip. Police don't think robbery was the motive, but they say they don't know what it was. They're describing the suspect as a clean-shaven black male, about 20 years old, 5 foot 9 inches tall, with a medium build.
Attorney General Bob Abrams says that his office has uncovered a coin fraud scheme right here on Long Island, and 2 people are under arrest because of it. Yesterday, Florence Kroll, owner of Gold Coast Rarities in Westbury, was picked up along with salesman Robert Becker, and they've been charged with defrauding customers. Now, the 2 allegedly sold undervalued or even non-existent coins. Abrams says the victims in the scam included an elderly blind man who lost $30,000. And Nassau District Attorney Dennis Dillon says a Syosset insurance agent is now in trouble, arrested for stealing money from a client's account. 42-year-old Margaret Frean of Manhattan is now facing grand larceny charges. She allegedly withdrew more than $16,000 from the account of a nursing home resident. The victim was said to be unable to handle her own finances. Frean worked for New York Life Insurance.
Elsewhere on Long Island, 11 real estate brokers face fines and the possible loss of their licenses. They allegedly promoted illegal 2-family homes in the village of Massapequa Park. But the brokers say they were only trying to help Long Islanders, who they say grew up here but can't afford a place to stay. News 12's Pat Dolan has more on that story.
The village says its evidence against the brokers is in black and white. Real estate listings which tell customers they will be able to rent out rooms in their new homes, even though that is clearly illegal under village zoning codes.
Most of them had been warned before. It was time to go after them, and a lot of the residents here want to make sure that this remains a one-family community.
Village officials say homeowners should not have to put up with strangers on the block who clog up parking spaces and don't pay for services such as water and garbage collection.
I pay the taxes and I feel other people in the neighborhood get away with it, and they're not paying the taxes that I'm paying.
And those complaints are nothing new. Civic leaders all over the island have been calling for a crackdown on illegal rentals and the real estate brokers who allegedly promote them. But the brokers say they are only trying to help young Long Islanders cope with a serious shortage of low-cost housing.
What they're doing is supplying homes for people who need homes, namely retired people, young couples who are just entering into housing situations, people who earn under $50,000 a year.
And in a live interview on News 12, a spokesman for the Long Island Board of Realtors called once again for legalizing two-family homes if their owners live in them.
Where the town or village charges a fee to the homeowner in owner-occupied situations, where the homeowner comes in, gets a permit, you have fire marshals and you have safety codes that inspect and standards that must be met, and that these apartments are allowed to be rented to non-relatives so that you can help the owner of the house who wants to rent and the young people who have no place to go and help them find a rental shelter.
Meanwhile, all of the brokers accused in Massapequa Park pleaded innocent in village court. Defense attorney Howard Goldson says he'll seek an out-of-court compromise. But Goldson says illegal rentals will not go away until legal housing is made available for Long Islanders who can't afford it now. Pat Dolan, News 12, Long Island.
Well, we have some sunny news for you. Meteorologist Joe Chiaffi says that, boy, oh boy, we've got spring making a real mark these days.
And the Grumman Corporation blames its layoffs on tough economic conditions here on Long Island. We wanted to know your opinion of life on Long Island. Here's what you said.
My name is Pat Hurley. I'm right here from Syosset. I think that the quality of life is great, but the cost is awfully high. I work for Horan Real Estate. The housing is so expensive. And really, it's too bad. We got great beaches.
My name is Vinny Costello, and I'm from Massapequa, Long Island. And I'm living a good life so far.
My name is John Audie, and I'm from Massapequa, Long Island, and I think it's great, too. I think it's a good place to raise your kids and to live.
Tom Newham, I live in Patchogue, and I think the quality of life on Long Island is really good, but it's expensive, that's the only thing. If you can afford to live here, it's the greatest place to live.
Stay tuned to News 12 this weekend. A Police Perspective focuses on the Suffolk County detail that protects and enforces laws against hazardous waste dumping. New York State Commissioner of Transportation Franklin White is James LaRocca's guest on Long Island Talks Business. And Dr. Tony Luciano discusses the benefits of outpatient surgery on To Your Good Health. Weekends, we bring more of Long Island home to you on News 12 Long Island.
So? We lost them. Another bank solved their trade finance problem in a week.
Whoa. We've been at it 6 months. What we need is new blood. Specialists with more imaginative views on the import-export market. Creative problem solvers. Where are today's creative problem solvers? Who was the other bank?
NatWest USA.
Dear Mr. Gorbachev, recently you were voted Time Magazine's Man of the Year. So the Team Pontiac dealers of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut thought it only fitting that you should drive Motor Trend Magazine's Car of the Year, the Pontiac Grand Prix. So in the spirit of international exchange and a demonstration of American know-how, please accept this gift. We selected one in red. We thought you'd like that.
What makes News 12 tick? This is what goes on inside News 12's 24-hour clock. Concerned about what's important to Long Island, caring about what matters to you. What makes News 12 tick? People, working harder to bring you the news. News 12 Long Island, Long Island's news channel, 24 hours every day.
Suffolk County's Board of Health is considering stricter rules for gasoline storage. Officials want to prevent accidents such as last month's Northville gas leak in South Setauket. News 12's Mary Musey reports.
The worst gas spill ever on Long Island should never happen again. At least that's the goal behind more than a dozen code changes, which would tighten the Suffolk Health Department's control over gas storage.
In general, the board would like to move ahead first on the specific measures.
One proposal would require stricter construction standards for underground pipes. As you may recall, faulty underground pipes led to the loss of 800,000 gallons of leaded gasoline here in South Setauket. Another proposal seeks to phase out tanks that could affect Long Island's drinking water. A third would require abandoned underground tanks to be dug up and removed. While complying with the additional regulations will no doubt be costly, a spokeswoman for Northville Industries said the proposals presented so far seem fair.
Obviously, these are, broad-ranging proposals that our technical people and our legal people will have to look at. Overall, those proposals that were submitted seem to be on the face fair to us.
Marge Lynch says that none of the proposals would radically change the way Northville operates because the company was moving to upgrade its operation anyway. Still, the proposals are not complete. The Board of Health may also consider regulating Northville's 35 miles of transport pipeline. Spokeswoman Lynch said she preferred not to comment on that. In Hop Hog, I'm Mary Musey, News 12, Long Island.
Winemaking now is one of Long Island's most novel and real enterprising businesses. But a for sale sign has gone up in front of one East End vineyard. News 12's Doug Geed has that story.
Though the grapevines are barren, this is still a working vineyard, even though it's all up for sale. The owners of Jamesport Vineyards filed for bankruptcy several years ago, and the business is finally being sold at public auction. Prospective buyers are taking a close look at the goods.
What I'm basically gathering is you just don't plant these things, pick them off, and they go in the bottles. I mean, there's some expertise in that between. Yeah, there's a lot of expertise, right?
Many know little about the industry.
What is your knowledge and interest in the vineyard winery business?
Not a thing. No knowledge. We were more interested in the land with the possibility of development.
Ron Gerler and his son have run the vineyard for the past 2 years and say that Chapter 11 filing was not a sign of Long Island's wine industry faltering.
I think it was bad management, if you will. I wasn't here at the time, but they basically ran out of cash. They didn't plan how far they were going to go, and then to get to that point, it takes capital.
The Gerlers themselves have put in a bid to buy the operation.
You got to really love it in order to be in the business. It's a great business to be in. It's hardworking, and there's a lot of excitement and learning in it.
We like the wine business. We got this vineyard back in shape. We got a new label, and I feel it's a going business.
March 29th is when all of this goes on the auction block. 60 acres of land, thousands of dollars worth of equipment, and even a house. There's one bid in already, $825,000. It's an expensive industry. The days of the little old winemaker are long gone. In Jamesport, Doug Geed, News 12, Long Island.
Oh, it's tough. Well, while they might be singing stormy weather out there in Jamesport, Joe Chaffee's going to tell us about a storm that happened out
here. Yeah,
here.
This weekend, believe it or not, I know this might sound a little strange, but a lot of the weather freaks, the snow freaks, will be clanging champagne glasses or wine glasses in celebration of the 100th anniversary.
Wow, that's significant, 100 years.
Yes, it is, 100 years ago. And, we've had snowstorms on Long Island. Oh, we have at least one really, I shouldn't say a good one, but one strong, powerful snowstorm every couple of years or so that leaves a lot of heavy snow. But it's rare that you get all the ingredients to see a true blizzard. It happens a lot in the Midwest. One is developing, in fact, today out in the Rockies that will bury the Rockies in the northern plains and then eventually maybe the upper Midwest. But the classic definition of what a blizzard really is, you need winds sustained of 35 miles an hour or more over a long period of time, not just for an hour, but say at least 5-6 hours, maybe even longer than that. Temperatures under 20 degrees or temperatures that fall very rapidly from high levels, and heavy snow and blowing snow that reduces visibility to near zero. And wind chills as a result of the strong winds and temperatures under 20 are running at about 20 to 30 degrees below zero. You don't always get all of these ingredients to come together at the same time. We've had occasions in the winter, even this past winter in January, on 2 occasions where we've had heavy snow and blowing snow, but temperatures were not under 20 and winds were not over 35 miles an hour. So that does not qualify as a blizzard, even though you may use statements like, well, it's a blizzard out there. But in the blizzard of '88, the ingredients, you need a lot of energy, not really down at the surface when we show you maps that point out where the highs and lows are, But in this particular graphic, what we're showing is what's going on way upstairs at 18 and 24,000 feet. These are significant levels that meteorologists watch to see how intense storms are going to become. And whenever we see a setup like this, where the winds in the upper atmosphere blow from north to south down the Appalachian mountain chain and then rapidly turn around and blow from south to north along the east coast, that means that there's trouble brewing. And in the blizzard of '88, what happened was all the energy concentrated into one very intense storm center that formed off the Virginia coast and took 3 days to move up along the New Jersey coastline and then eventually up into the Hudson Valley. And the result was brutal snowfall and unbelievable conditions, up to 4 feet way up into Westchester and Rockland counties and so on and through Connecticut. But for Long Island, 1 to 2 foot snows, winds 50 to 70 miles an hour, which piled the snow up to drifts of 12 feet or more. But look at this. This is really significant. The temperatures, the day before the storm, temperatures were in the middle 50s, and that is so typical of March. The storm, in 5 hours, the thermometer went from 50 to goose egg, all the way down to 0, and that was absolutely devastating. And by the time the storm was over, the temperature had warmed back up to just above freezing. And believe it or not, when this all started, it started off as rain. It rained for several hours before bitter winds from the north-northwest brought down the cold air into that storm circulation. And this is something that happens every 50 or 100 years. It may not happen in our lifetime again, but we always have to watch out for that possibility. Meanwhile, no weather problems like that for us. Northwest winds 12 to 22 knots, seas 2 to 4 feet, visibility improving to over 10 miles, water in the upper 30s, and the tides are running a foot below normal today. We'll have our complete local forecast coming up.
That's pretty amazing when you think
Absolutely.
that it started as rain, and you say it rained for hours. Had it gotten colder earlier? Can you imagine?
Yeah, but it's the way the storm evolves. That's how they happen in March. Usually, because of the time of year, you'll have several hours of rain, and then as the atmosphere really cools down, it goes over to snow.
So there wasn't really the risk of
the rain was
more,
totally,
snow.
It was insignificant to what happened to the event. The event would have happened as it was, even if it had started all snow.
Well, we'd still be digging out.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
The big storm in the west, they'll be digging out for days.
Ski weather.
I'm glad we're in the east. All right, moving on to other matters, a little royal watching. Prince Charles, Princess Diana, and her sister-in-law, Sarah Ferguson, are enjoying a 12-day ski trip in Switzerland. All eyes were on Fergie, who's expecting a baby this summer as she hit the slopes, but some attention was focused on Princess Di as she took an embarrassing fall on the beginner's slope. Oops.
Yeah, that is so embarrassing. Ooh. Well, you're going to be able to line the pockets of your ski jacket with some nice cold cash. Let's find out. Here are Wednesday's winning lottery numbers. Lotto 48, 9, 19, 21, 22, 31, and 41. The supplemental number was 34. The daily number 319, and the win for number 4599.
How'd you do?
No, I'm still here. I'm
not
going on any
anymore.
ski vacation.
All right, coming up, we'll find out how vitamins are being used to treat cigarette smokers. A preliminary study shows remarkable results.
Also, you know, we've been talking about the big Grumman layoffs that are coming. Grumman blaming some of those layoffs in tough financial times right here on Long Island. Well, we want to know how you find the quality of life to be here. Here's what you said.
Charles Lidlam, Syosset. The quality of life is all right, I think.
My name is John Frangipani. I'm from Levittown, Long Island. I'm here 8 years. Long Island's great. I think Grumman's is great. I hope they do well.
My name's James Bodis. I grew up in Syosset. I've lived all over the country. And I think Long Island's great. I moved back for the beaches after 10 years of being in the West. And I wouldn't mind doing it again, even though the cost of living's triple.
Creative solutions to business needs.
International letters of credit.
24-hour personal banking centers.
I'm Rick Marola, president of Bank of Long Island, where you'll enjoy all the benefits of a truly full-service bank, plus the personal banking style that helped us grow with Long Island for over 75 years.
Oh, excuse me, young man. Could you please show me how to use the teller machine?
Well, I'd be delighted. Would you excuse me a moment?
Now that's personal banking. Come see for yourself at Bank of Long Island.
Surrounded by 400 wooded acres, Poland Spring lies deep within the heart of Maine, so each glass of natural spring water is pure and delicious. Poland Spring can be delivered to your home, so there's always plenty on hand for the whole family.
Poland Spring, coming to you straight from Maine.
To learn more about Poland Spring Home Delivery, call 756-9700.
Well, doctors in New York may soon be able to warn the sexual or needle-sharing partners of AIDS patients that they risk the infection. There's a new bill that's been proposed up in Albany now, and it would mean that doctors could inform people of the danger, even if the AIDS-infected person objects to the warning. The legislation would also require counseling and education services made available for those being tested for AIDS and others at risk. And vitamins and smoking. Now, that may all sound like a very strange combination to you, but the Journal of the American Medical Association has just published the results of a study that claims certain vitamins can actually improve lung conditions in some smokers. Dr. Pennywise Budoff of the Women's Medical Center in Bethpage is here to help explain the study, and she joins Roma.
Thanks, Carol. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Budoff.
Thank you.
Tell us about that study.
First of all, I have to say right off, this study does not say you can smoke and remain healthy, okay?
So you have to quit first.
You really should quit. But what this study did do, and this was from the University of Alabama, it studied 73 men who had smoked for approximately 20 years, 1 pack a day. And it took them and it divided them into 2 groups. And one group it gave placebo, and the other group it gave B12 and folate in very large doses. And then it studied their sputum cytology. Now, these are all men who already had changes in, they had pre-malignant changes in the cells that they were able to cough up. And then after the study was over, they showed that by adding these 2 vitamins, although in large amount, but these 2 vitamins alone were able to decrease the atypia, the precancerous changes, so that these men improved, and the men who didn't get it, who got the placebo, had no change.
Now, is this a common condition, this type of lung condition that we're talking about? It is.
Smoking is a major and the main cause of lung cancer in this country today. It's also the reason why lung cancer is now the #1 cancer in women rather than breast cancer. Women have brought this on themselves, unfortunately.
Now, I just was curious about something. I had always understood if you quit smoking over a period of about 6 years, any problems concerning your lungs would automatically disappear.
Well, it depends upon how long you've smoked, how much damage you've really done, and a little bit about your own genetics. But yes, your lungs will definitely improve over time, and the thing is to stop smoking now.
Well, is this the kind of thing where people are going to be flocking to vitamin shelves to be buying mega doses of folic acid?
I hope not, because I don't think people should take mega doses of vitamins. I don't think patients know what they're doing as far as vitamins go. And there are many vitamins that are very important. You know, A and E and selenium, beta-carotene, and folic acid. These are all vitamins that we feel that help decrease the incidence of cancer. And not just lung cancer, but there are epidemiologic studies around the world that show that vitamin A is important in decreasing tumor activity, breast tumor activity. On the other hand, there's a level of probably about 5,000 units of A that is safe. Yesterday, I had a woman that came into my office who was on 50,000 units of A. And this is frightening to me because this woman could destroy her liver and die.
Yeah.
So there is a yes, there is a level that is safe, and then there are non-safe levels. Same for selenium. More than 50 is not safe. 50 is probably the line where you should take selenium and no more.
Well, now, doctors have been in the past, as far as I know, very reluctant to resort to vitamin therapy or vitamin treatment. Why is that?
I think, first of all, doctors' training has not involved a lot of nutrition or vitamin. There just hasn't been, first of all, there wasn't that much information maybe 20 years ago on vitamins. And a lot of doctors really are not attuned to vitamins. I think as time goes on, we're going to see more and more preventive medicine. And I think that's really important. It's much easier to prevent than to treat some disease that's already established. It's easier, it's cheaper, and I think that we're going to see a lot of things, even including calcium for colon cancer, calcium for decreasing hypertension. And I think as time goes on, this will become more and more part of medicine. I certainly hope so.
Okay, how soon before the folic acid treatment for smokers will be a common practice?
I don't know. This study is only a preliminary study. It was only on 73 men. They have to do more and more studies to really know, first of all, what the doses should be, how long they have to take it. It only went on for 4 months.
Okay. Well, Dr. Pennywise Budoff, thanks for joining us. We've got some important news of the Women's Medical Center in Bethpage.
Thanks.
Thank you. Carol?
Okay, thank you, ladies. And still to come, students discover what lies ahead after graduation, at least career-wise. Plus, News 12's consumer reporter finds your best bets in teeth bonding. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
You may never be asked this question, but it's kind of interesting. Which are the top 10 magazines in the country? Well, the magazine with the biggest circulation is TV Guide, with 17 million. Now, the next will surprise you. A close second is Modern Maturity, with 16.7 million. Those are for folks over 50, my friends. A growing group. The third biggest magazine is Reader's Digest, with 16.6 million. Of course, that one's always been right up there. Another surprise is the News Bulletin of the AARP. That's the American Association of Retired Persons, and they're the publishers of Modern Maturity, the book in second place. Their News Bulletin has a circulation of 16.6 million, just a few less than Reader's Digest. Another surprise, National Geographic is fifth with a circulation of over 10 million. Surprise number 6 with 8 million is Better Homes and Gardens. Those are the straight facts from ABC, the Audit Bureau of Circulation. We'd have guessed books like People and Time and Life and Cosmopolitan, but none of them even came close. Taking astrology one step beyond the one step beyond it's been beyond, Forrest Fickling, a so-called noted California astrologer, says he studied interviews of 50,000 people and came up with the following generalities. Capricorn people are most in a hurry. Geminis worry most about weight. Aries are the most interested in weather reports. Sagittarius are the biggest sports fans. And 50,000 astrology lovers can't be wrong. That's 2 minutes. I'm Joe Cliff.
Topping the news as we approach the bottom of the hour, Long Island's single largest employer is cutting back its workforce. The Grumman Corporation says 600 employees will be laid off next month. It's all part of the defense contractor's belt-tightening strategy. In all, 2,300 Bethpage Grumman workers will be out of work by year's end. And the parents of murdered rookie cop Edward Byrne hold a news conference in New York City. This following a suggestion that they take legal action. And 11 real estate brokers in Massapequa Park are facing fines and a possible loss of their licenses. Village officials say the brokers knowingly promoted illegal apartments, and it's time to crack down on the problem.
A new commemorative stamp is available now, and it features legendary football coach Knute Rockne. And President Reagan unveiled the stamp yesterday. It marks the 100th anniversary of Rockne's birth, and the ceremony, where else? Notre Dame. That's where Rockne led the school to 5 undefeated football sessions. And it was during Mr. Reagan's Hollywood acting years, of course, that he played George Gipp in the classic film Knute Rockne All-American. Now, the new stamp won't be 22 cents for long. The postage rate, you know, goes up 3 cents next month. And on to other matters. Drugs, abuse, and control. That's what Senator Al D'Amato was talking about yesterday. He was in Manhasset at Manhasset High School. News 12's Ken Grimball was also there.
Senator Alphonse D'Amato received a round of applause when he entered the library at Manhasset High School. The ranking Republican senator was invited to the school through a joint program sponsored by Nassau County and the Long Island Jewish Hospital.
I am not coming to Manhasset High School because you've got a problem that's any greater or any worse than the other, but rather because Ken Ahman has invited me to come to see a group of young people who are interested and who are doing something to combat the drug problem.
These 10th, 11th, and 12th graders represent an organization called SAFE, Substance Abuse Free Environment.
Our purpose is to go to younger grades and express our feelings and try to turn them off of, substance abuse. And if we express it clearly enough, we just may have a safe and substance abuse-free environment later on.
D'Amato says the military should be used to stop drugs from being brought across our borders. He also says he's sponsoring federal legislation that would bring about the death penalty for anyone who orders the death of a police officer or law enforcement agent.
It's about time that we say we're not going to allow you to assassinate people who are providing protection for us. I think we can get that bill passed.
Do you think that young people are going to listen to this sort of thing, or are they just going to say, listen, that sounded good, but I want my drugs?
Well, if we somehow educate them and teach them, I believe that kids will learn how deadly and seriously a problem that drugs are and alcohol, and hopefully we can rid our society of this problem.
The senator told the young people that any time drugs are used, that money acts as a contribution toward the drug problem in our society. In Manhasset, Ken Grimball, News 12, Long Island.
Earlier, we reported Grumman's plan to lay off 600 Long Island employees by next month. One Long Island congressman is fighting to keep defense contractors on the island.
Yeah, Congressman Tom Downey is in Washington right now, and he joins us to discuss the issue. Congressman, thanks so much for the time.
Well, good morning. I wish it were more pleasant circumstances we were talking about.
Really? What's your prediction? Will we get the A6 funding?
I think we will. Later this afternoon, about 1:30, I'll be meeting with Chairman Armed Services Committee, Mr. Aspen. And at that time, it's my hope that he'll release a letter indicating his support and that of other members of the committee for the expenditure of some $720 million for the A6, which will help the problem somewhat. But we've got to be realistic about this fight. It's a tough one. We've got a lot of support for the A6 in the House of Representatives. Our problem is in the United States Senate and also with the Navy. But I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll get the funding this year and provide some funding next year so that the layoffs will be held to a minimum.
Do indeed get the A6 funding. What exactly would that mean for workers on Long Island?
Well, it will probably just prevent future layoffs or keep some of the future layoffs down to a smaller size than would ordinarily be the case if we didn't get any A6 money. It's a complicated matter. The Navy doesn't want to build the A6, what is known as the A6F, a new version of this airplane, but is prepared to build a slightly scaled-down version of the F, which they call the G. And we believe there can be a compromise solution with the Navy, with the Senate, and with the administration, where we build some A6Es, those are the older planes, some A6Gs, and do some refurbishing of that airplane in Florida. But right now is a critical time. It's important for us to count our allies and get them moving. Chairman Aspen is someone who I believe we can make a supporter of the airplane, and hopefully I'll have something to report to you after our meeting this afternoon.
After Fairchild lost the T-46A funding, though, there were a lot of accusations up here on Long Island that politically something's happening. Politically, Long Island has fallen out of favor, and there's kind of a movement going on to take defense business elsewhere. Can we stop that?
Well, first of all, that premise is incorrect. The T-46 fell into disrepute with the Air Force, having nothing to do with politics. Fairchild Corporation did a bad job in presenting the airplane to the Air Force. It did a bad job managing it. The Air Force was under enormous pressure to cut something. Senator Dole from Kansas had a competing airplane. Senator Goldwater didn't want to build it. Those were the political factors. It's not a question of Long Island winning or losing favor. We have to face the fact that there are enormous cutbacks in defense that the nation wants, that we're going to have to live with, number one. Number two, that every dollar for defense is going to be more hotly contested than in the past. And number three, with particular reference to Grumman, Grumman Aerospace Corporation is going to have to recognize that politically it's got to be more active in the United States Senate than it has been historically. And I'm hopeful, indeed quite confident, that they're going to be able to meet that challenge. We build a good product on Long Island, and it's just a question of making sure that everyone knows it.
Let's hope so. Thanks very much, Congressman Tom Downey, who's in Washington at this moment. Let's go on. They called it an occupational awareness conference, and it was a chance for students at the Lawrence Road Junior High School in Hempstead to expose themselves to a potential career when their schooling is finished. News 12's Scott Feldman reports.
They've got a lot of schooling ahead of them, but still, no harm thinking about the answer to the proverbial question, what do you want to be when you grow up? Kids could get the scoop on a wide range of careers, everything from marine mechanic to mortuary science to mechanical engineering, and a lot more in between. And pros in their field were eager to make the pitch for their particular occupation. The friendly dentist offered.
You're dealing with people that are very nervous to start out with. No one likes to go to the dentist. You have to put them at ease. You have to be somewhat of a psychiatrist, so you're performing a very valuable health service.
They listened intently to a chiropractor explain how to treat a football injury.
You should know whenever you get a real sharp pain, if you're playing or you get hit, it's a good thing to get ice, and then the next thing is to go get checked out.
And the kids stood at attention to hear a Marine tout the military.
You have to get a high school diploma, you have to study, you have to stay away from the drugs. Okay, we cannot accept you if you have any involvement with drugs whatsoever.
Some jobs, like the catering business, you learn on the job.
We don't have a school, so school of experience. We take them on the job with us and they get on the job learning.
And even Grumman, laying off hundreds of workers, is still upbeat about the future.
For example, if you're designing a floor of a building and you want to change the office space and add 125 feet or move the bathroom over or change where the office is, CAD will do that by keying it into a computer.
What will I do? What will I do? Well, many kids have already made up their minds.
I wanted to join the Air Force.
What's that?
I like planes.
I would like to be a CPA, accountant, or something like that. A teacher.
She's a teacher.
Lawyer.
And modeling.
I like the spotlight, you know. I like people, you know, seeing me, you know.
In Hempstead, Scott Feldman, News 12, Long Island.
Maybe she wants television, but whatever, modeling, television, you really have to have a beautiful smile, right? I guess everyone wants a great smile, and it's certainly an asset in social life in addition to business. Well, our Benita Fury, Good Housekeeping's New York editor, found a way to rejuvenate her own little smile, a way she says a lot of people are now choosing over traditional capping and bridge work. So, tell us the true story.
Here it goes.
See it first.
Yes, well, you see it. It all happened to me a little over a year ago. I hadn't been noticing my smile. I'm not one of those people who practices smiling in the mirror. But when I arrived at News 12, I noticed that my once even smile had changed. I'll show you a picture of the very first story I shot here. And if you look closely, you can see that I had a space between my front teeth. Me! A space between my front teeth. I'd never had one before. Look, with the way I'd been holding my tongue, and I decided to have new enamel bonding. Some people didn't notice the difference, but I did. I'm not the only person having this new process of bonding done. Dr. Gerald McLaughlin of Rocky Point, not my dentist, by the way, does a lot of bonding. In fact, he holds a patent on one of the new processes.
The problem with the materials that we had was that they looked terrific, but they'd only last about 2 years before they stopped looking terrific. They were weak and they'd chip and break, so they couldn't be used if you're doing any major work, if you had to fill in a big space, for instance. Then about 1983, we finally figured out how to do it actually with porcelain. We've always called the white materials porcelain, but before 1983, they really weren't. So starting then, we began to experiment with how to take the front of a real cap, custom make it for your individual tooth, and then bond those directly onto the tooth. It's not only got a lot more strength, but also the color's stable.
We found him working on Nancy Burke, a freshman at Stony Brook, who didn't have a space between her teeth, but had unpleasant-looking teeth next to her front teeth. A few weeks before we came with our cameras, Dr. McLaughlin had made an impression and ordered the bonded teeth from a lab in the West. He bonded these porcelains in less than half an hour. Nancy liked the results.
I'm more open now. I can tell I'm more open now. Just to smile. It feels good too. Feels better.
In 30 seconds.
In 30 seconds, yeah.
It took her only 30 seconds to get that great smile. She came in small, of course, and then once it was over, she was really giving a big smile. Now, dentists say that the new porcelains last much longer than the old bonding techniques. And as Dr. McLaughlin said, the color tends to be better than the old bonding. There's also another asset. Bonding apparently is better for your dental health because you're not having your own teeth ground smaller, as what this was the case with capping. Now, the cost for this process, about $200 to $400 a tooth, depending on which dentist you use.
Never mind the cost. Does it hurt?
Not at all. It absolutely doesn't hurt. One process, they kind of just filed my teeth down, and in the second he just put it on. Of course, I'm a coward. I get gas when I have my teeth cleaned. So I didn't notice anything. I'm up, wah, 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 wah. But Nancy didn't have anything like that, and it didn't hurt her at all. She was laughing during the whole process. She was delighted. It didn't hurt.
I wish they could have seen Roma's reaction. As soon as you showed that dentist
Painless dentistry, that's my bag.
Right.
All right, well, just ahead, meteorologist Joe Cioffi's fabulous forecast is up next, and the Tramps, a group whose songs sizzled on the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, will meet their founder.
Also coming up, Suffolk County's youth hockey is going to score at the weekend state championships. We'll be back with their story.
Ice cream, yummy.
Kids are born stain makers. So moms need the stain lifter.
A-L-L.
Uh-huh.
How does it work?
All goes right to the stain and just lifts it away. For my little stain makers,
Greasy.
I get the stain lifter.
Wow. A-L-L. That's the stain lifter.
How do you prepare for trigonometry, the French Revolution, and Moby Dick, all in the same morning? Have a Thomas's English muffin. Thomas's are wholesome, light, and they're cholesterol-free. They not only taste delicious, they give you just what you need to get through the morning. Of course, it wouldn't hurt to hit the books, too. Thomas's English muffins. Every day should start out this good.
Long Island's Youth Hockey League is gaining in popularity, and many teams are sponsored by the Police Athletic League in Suffolk County. News 12's Mike Zimmett went to Kings Park to talk with some team members before heading upstate for the championship games.
Youth hockey is flourishing in Suffolk County, and in the A division, the toughest group of all, 2 Suffolk PAL teams are heading upstate this weekend in hopes of capturing a state championship. The 11 and 12-year-old Squirts trek up to Buffalo, where the top 8 squirt teams will battle it out. The Silver Shields were an incredible 39-8-1 during the regular season.
We're scoring over 6 goals a game, and we're giving up just over 2 goals a game.
Well-rounded team.
Very disciplined.
But the main theme of this squad is teamwork.
It's not an individual game, an individual's game. It's a team game.
Brian DeFeo is the Squirts captain. He's compiled an amazing 60 goals and 130 points this season.
We passed the puck very well, and we back-check and forecheck real hard. And our goalie has been spectacular all year.
For the Squirts, the trip is not only a great experience for the kids, but for the parents as well. Jerry Kenny is the father of 11-year-old Sean.
I think having a good time and being with the other boys and building friendship is far more important than winning. But winning's always nice also.
This Squirt team comprised of 11 and 12-year-olds are headed up to Buffalo for their state championship. The next group, the 12 and 13-year-old Pee-wees, are going up to Syracuse for their try at a state title. The Pee-wee A team also had a strong season. They're heading to Syracuse after finishing the season with a 30-13-2 mark.
I had a chance when I was a youngster playing PAL, going to the States my last year. And for the first time going back as a coach, I'm excited about it.
These 12 and 13-year-olds are ready to compete for a state championship, and it doesn't take much to tell them what this weekend means. What have you guys talked about?
Pretty much winning, because usually not many of Long Island teams have won the states, and it'd be really nice for us to win.
It's going to be a faster-paced game, a lot of big guys. Just keep your head up, look around, be ready.
In Kings Park, Mike Zimmett, News 12, Long Island.
They're so cute. Hey,
no more ice.
Yeah, no more frozen ponds outside anyway. Sorry, Dan Capabianco, our director, had a great winter up here.
And he's really getting into the hockey.
Yeah, the outdoor
hockey. But now
hockey.
it's time to get back into the tennis, which is that time of year.
When will it get that cold again, that consistently?
January. months from now.
Okay, forget it, Carol.
That's right. Many moons from now, we'll be talking about a winter that will be coming. We got a spring and summer and a fall to go through first. And we have to improve our weather here today, which we think it will on a slow basis as the clouds continue to just sort of thin out. We have a lot of moisture out in the Atlantic as a second coastal storm is developing, but that should stay out underneath us and not bother us. So once we get the dry air to come on down, we should have a nice couple of days ahead. What is normal on Long Island? What is average? What is the mean? Well, 45, the normal high, normal low of 27. We actually started off in the overnight period already at the normal highs, but with cold air coming down, if we get occasional periods of sunshine, we should get up at least into the low 50s, we think. Records for the date, a record high of 66 and a record low of 5 above. We're in the range, folks, but we won't touch either of those. Afternoon highs today with some partial sunshine. We should be able to make it to the low to the middle 50s just about everywhere. There's a difference today, folks. You might notice that there's no little green section along the South Shore and on the barrier beaches and in eastern Long Island, and that's because with a strong or relatively strong north-northwest wind all day long, the sea breeze will be non-existent, even at the beaches. Sometimes even with a strong wind, you can't keep the sea breeze from developing. That will not happen this time around. We have a big storm taking shape out in the west, a major storm. It will leave 1 to 2 feet of snow over the next few days. Already has across Utah to Wyoming, and that'll spread to Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas, and the Dakotas, and that storm will mean for a big warm-up here for the weekend. Here's our forecast now. Partly sunny, 50 to 55. Clear tonight and quite chilly, mid-20s to low 30s, but a warm-up tomorrow. Have to be careful for tomorrow with sunshine and light winds, even though there will be a sea breeze. Inland sections could get well up into the 50s. Mostly in the 40s, though. Tomorrow will be a sea breeze along the South Shore.
Okay, so that big storm you say out in the west is dumping good snow there, and that's going to make for great skiing if you plan on going out there, you know, Utah, Colorado, anything like that. But what about the Northeast? Well, we've had kind of inconsistent weather so far this month, and it makes skiing questionable at this time of year. Unless, of course, you've done your homework and you find out which mountains make the best snow. Well, News 12's Jean McGregor tells us snowmaking is the way to go. She's keeping count of things at Hunter Mountain with this week's ski tip.
This is one of the worst years for natural snow in a long time. But do you know that it was one of the best years for man-made or machine-made snow in 29 years? Hi, I'm Jean McGregor here at Hunter Mountain, and the owner, Izzy Slutsky, is known as one of the best snowmaking experts in the world. He'll be with us to give us some tips on why it's good to ski on man-made snow.
Man-made snow is one of the ideal snows to ski on. In fact, in racing, like in the Olympics and all that, they prefer man-made snow to natural snow. The way the weather's been this year, had it not been for snowmaking, it'd be very little skiing. You look around, you see there's bare ground other than on the slopes where he made snow. The perfect mixture is to get a material that will be skiable, that'll be dry enough to ski on and stay in place when people ski. You have to control a mixture of snow by mixing your air and water. Right now, we're making the snow where we're standing with a machine that has air blown over the water, cooling it. And by the way, this machine is the largest machine in the world. It costs around $160,000. Ice can be made by with making snow very easily if you don't use the right mixture and don't control the amount of water that's coming through. Also, you'll get a lot of ice if you have a very shallow base. When you get it warm, the water on top has to go through the snow and permeate into the earth. If it's only a shallow snow, the ground is frozen and it has no place to go. It runs down on top of the frozen ground and all you get is ice. That's why deep bases are preferred.
When you plan to go skiing, find out which mountains make the best snow. This way you're guaranteed a fun-filled ski weekend when there's no snow at home. Now let's take a look at ski conditions.
Both Joe and Tom had work done by the printer, but only Tom called to say thanks. The printer told Tom of some good binding companies who put him in touch with top publishers, who connected him with a new importer, who made him a deal his boss still can't get over. All this networking helped get Tom a big promotion. Think ahead. A call can make a difference. New York Telephone, a 9X company.
Experience Consumers Kitchens and Baths, one of the largest kitchen and bath distributors in the country. You'll find more. Over 200 kitchens on display in the styles you want. The largest selection of bath fixtures, over 1,000 in stock. You'll find more service. We'll help you design your kitchen on our computer design center while your children are entertained in our mini theater. Ooh, you'll find more. Great selection, wholesale prices. You'll find more. Consumers Kitchens and Baths.
Well, now we've got a treat for you. If you saw John Travolta's movie Saturday Night Fever, then you must remember the song Disco Inferno. It became a near anthem for the disco generation. The record went gold for the group The Tramps. But that was just the middle of a successful career for the Tramps founder, Earl Young. He's with Carol now in our studio. Carol?
Thanks, Roma. Boy, you do have a bassy voice, don't you?
Good morning, Carol. Yeah.
You say you can hit like the lowest keys on the keyboard?
Right.
How low can you go? Wow.
That's but the lowest. I think there's one more, maybe an octave, but that's...
Boy, you would have gotten booted right out of the Vienna Boys Choir for that.
Like my favorite friend is like Temptations and Melvin, so me and Melvin is very good buddies. He's the bass singer of the Temps, so...
You go low, low, low with that. Disco Inferno, I mean, it became a smash. You started the group in 1971. Right. You'd been a session musician, a session drummer before that. You started the group in 71 so you could have one of your own. And by, like, the mid-70s, I mean, you were on top of the world. You were gold.
All right, you know, and we owe a lot to New York, because New York really broke us in. We have agency up in New York here, Helen Edel, which really brought us to New York. That was before Saturday Night Fever, and we worked all the clubs up here.
We're talking about the days of swept back hair and guys in polyester shirts with gold chains.
The open collars.
And marshmallow shoes with big white platforms on them.
Right.
But you actually started much, much before all that, didn't you?
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, we were back in the doo-wop days. Back in the boom, 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 boom. So we've been around a long time. We just changed our name.
You were doing sock hops then?
We were doing, yes, we were doing like record hops. They call them record hops back then, with high lid and...
Then you moved on from there. You were doing session, drumming, you know, sessions.
Right. Well, I still do recording sessions now behind a lot of the big artists. And originally I started recording, and I wanted to form my own group because I was in the studio, and I said, well, geez, I can sing, I can do this. Why should I sit here and play for other artists when I can form my own group? So, you know, I'm a Gemini, so I'll try anything.
Who have you played background for, though? Who have you played drums for in session work?
Well, I've played for everybody out of Philadelphia, Engelbert, Stylistics, the Delphonics, Lou Rawls, anybody comes to Philly, Johnny Mathis, anybody comes to record. I work with Philadelphia International Records a lot, with Kenny Gamble.
When we listen to the South Soul Orchestra, MFSB, those old disco groups, I mean, that's you. That's your handiwork.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
How fast?
I have like a style, like a drum style, which they're trying to get now in the computers, but they can't get it. It's like a skip. It's like a skip beat, you know?
Do you play the knees?
Well, I never really played the knees, but I can get a little rhythm, maybe.
Why don't you show us something here? Show us. Oh, you can dance to it. It does have a rhythm. So that's your famous fortune right there. It's not bad at all.
What do the fellas hear about this, boy?
You played the knees on News 12. You're 48 years old and you're still touring. You're going to be doing Montana's on Saturday night here on Long Island. You'll be playing at that club. Westbury Music Fair coming up on April 2nd. Isn't that kind of tough, though, still to be touring at this point?
No, it's fun. I mean, see, I believe like Sammy Davis Jr. and Duke Ellington, this is what I'm going to do until I die. So as long as my legs can dance and I can sing, I'm going to be on stage. For real.
As long as you can play the knees.
Right.
Well, Earl Young of the Tramps, and what a group you are. Good luck at Montana's this weekend, at Westbury Music Fair, and with the rest of your career. I'd say you're about halfway through.
It's in Hewlett, Long Island.
In Hewlett.
Am I allowed to get the phone number for information if anybody wants to come?
Tell them Hewlett, Long Island. That's simple enough. They'll find the number. Montana's. They'll never remember the number at this point. Montana's this weekend down in the 5 towns. And good luck, because as I said, you're about halfway through your career. You got at least another half to go.
I'm just starting out.
We'll be watching. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Carol.
Roma.
Thanks, Carol. Well, that's it for this edition of News 12. Stay tuned. Carol and I will be back with more news and weather.
24 hours every day. News from Breakneck to Montauk. News 12, Long Island.
Hello, it's the end of the week. Friday, March 11th, I'm Roma Torre.
And I'm Carol Silva. And topping our news here at News 12, the family of murdered New York cop Ed Byrne of Massapequa wants to keep his memory alive with the death penalty law. And Governor Cuomo says that his public power authority will live even if Shoreham dies and Lilco remains in business.
And Nassau County Police honor more than 24 civilians for acts of courage. We'll have all those stories and more from Port Washington, Uniondale, and Mastic Beach.
I'm meteorologist Joe Chaffee, and we're going to have a half-and-half weekend. Looks like tomorrow will be the best of the next 2 days, and certainly the rest of today looks A-okay. We'll have the complete forecast for you, and we'll talk about the 100th anniversary of the blizzard of 1888.
Our top story, the family of murdered New York City police officer Ed Byrne is appealing to Governor Cuomo to bring back the death penalty. As News 12's Rosemary Gomez reports, the Massapequa family promises to keep their son's memory alive.
It was the first time the parents of police officer Edward Byrne spoke to the press since burying their son 2 weeks ago. Eddie's father said he would continue to fight in the war against drugs, so his son's death would not be in vain.
When you smoke a joint, snort a line of coke, or shoot up on heroin, you are supporting the drug trade by your use, and your hands are just as bloody as those of the drug barons in Bogota or Panama who supply your drugs.
The family stood united, but the police officer's mother said she was still trying to come to grips with her son's death.
Without faith in God, I don't know how we could have gotten through this.
The 22-year-old rookie officer was gunned down while guarding the home of a witness in Queens. Matthew Byrne, a former city police officer himself, said he felt sorry for the parents of the alleged gunman and for the residents of the area.
I think the people that we really have to feel for are the people who live in those communities. And they have to live with the kind of scum that sell drugs out there. They can't walk away from it. And they are as much and perhaps more a victim of what's going on out there than my son was.
Byrne's parents reinforced their support for the man named Arjun, the witness their son had been guarding.
I think he is a very brave person, a very warm, loving, religious man, and he is willing to die if he has to for what he believes in.
Matthew Byrne says his family is willing to speak out about tougher drug penalties any place and any time, and he called on the governor to bring back the death penalty.
The mutt who blows away a citizen or a cop on the street and faces the death penalty, we'll never have to worry about him coming back and doing it again. So to that degree, I don't care whether it's a deterrent or not.
Rosemary Gomez, News 12, Long Island.
Now, Governor Cuomo is still against the death penalty. The governor was on Long Island yesterday, where he repeated his longtime opinion that a death penalty just won't be a deterrent to criminals. News 12's Scott Feldman has more on the governor's comments and talks with people who insist more than ever that the death penalty is necessary.
News 12 asked Governor Cuomo here on Long Island, in light of the Byrne slaying, why not put the death penalty back on the books?
You want to do something about drug dealers? Don't give me this baloney about a death penalty that they'll never have to face. Make them do hard time. Everybody who gets caught at drugs, make them do 10 years hard time. Stick them in one of these jails where they're next to the weightlifters, where they have to walk with their back to the wall for fear of what's going to happen to them. So this is a lot of baloney, death penalty.
On the street, some Long Islanders would support the governor's position.
I don't believe really eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. What if you make that one mistake and you execute the wrong person and he's innocent instead?
But that was not the prevailing sentiment this day.
I think people should be punished. They shouldn't be able to get away with just doing whatever they feel like and not feeling like they're going to get in trouble for it.
Capital punishment is, I think it's an important deterrent toward our murder, you know, in this society, especially the murder of a police officer.
The governor seems to be more concerned with the criminal than the victim.
Republican Assemblyman Fred Parola of Levittown is leading the fight to make the death penalty law again in New York State.
We think that the death penalty, though, is one leg in a chair of less plea bargaining, tougher sentencing, mandatory sentencing for criminals. The Byrne case on Long Island may very well embarrass, it should embarrass those that don't support the death penalty.
Scott Feldman, News 12, Long Island.
Now, again, a death penalty bill has passed the New York State Senate this year, and again, as always, it's awaiting action by the Assembly. Roma.
Okay. Cuomo is also causing controversy because of his remarks on the Long Island Power Authority. The governor says that LIPA will not die, even if the state and LILCO reach an agreement to shut down Shoreham and keep LILCO operating. News 12's Roger Stern reports on Cuomo's remarks and the latest round of talks.
Negotiators chose a conference center in Glen Cove for their talks. LILCO chairman William Catacasinos predicting that the process will last a little longer than 1 or 2 days.
There are a lot of problems that we've identified that we're working on, and we're trying to get through them as quickly as we can. And we're trying to keep the parties together on it.
And Governor Cuomo was talking about LILCO. His negotiators have been trying to strike a deal with the utility, but after listening to the governor, one might wonder if he wants a deal.
But there will be no deal that in any way affects public power on Long Island. We have public power now, LIPA, the possibility of it, and we will keep LIPA no matter what else happens. I will refuse to consider any taking of LIPA.
Exactly what does the governor mean by that?
I don't know what that means, so I can't comment on it. I'm sorry. I hadn't heard it until just now.
And the governor's negotiators continue to talk, no matter what the governor may have meant. You wasting your time here if the governor says there'll be no deal affecting public power?
No, I don't think we're wasting our time. We're going to look at a settlement, and a settlement can include a lot of things, and we'll have to see.
Both sides here are doing what they do best, talking, but it's not clear that the talk has solved any problems. In Glen Cove, Roger Stern, News 12, Long Island.
In other matters, 3 Long Island congressmen are working to gain support for continued production of the Grumman-built A-6 aircraft. Democrats Tom Downey, Robert Mrazek, and George Hochbruckner met with the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Les Aspin, yesterday. Hochbruckner says they were successful in having Aspin send a letter to the Deputy Defense Secretary. The letter asks the Secretary to push for production of 12 to 15 additional fighter planes. The Navy wants to eliminate the entire A-6 aircraft line. Hochbruckner says the additional Grumman-produced A-6 planes won't stop the recently announced layoffs, but may prevent future problems.
Our concern is that we not have any further layoffs on Long Island in addition to the 600. And this letter represents a major breakthrough in terms of getting the kind of support in the House of Representatives to spend that $720 million here on Long Island, providing jobs and, of course, providing for an excellent attack aircraft.
Grumman says it appreciates the congressman's efforts, but company officials say 600 employees will still receive pink slips in about 3 weeks.
Bit of a warning for you now if you're one of those drivers who doesn't pay parking fines. Nassau County says they're going to crack down on ticket scofflaws. County officials are thinking about putting together a traffic that is in violations agency. The new agency would take over traffic ticket collection. Currently, that's handled by district court. And in addition, anyone with 3 or more outstanding tickets during an 18-month period wouldn't be able to renew car registrations. County Executive Galata says right now there are just millions of dollars of uncollected traffic and parking violations.
Well, it was a very special delivery this morning for a Mastic Beach woman. 2 Suffolk police officers helped 21-year-old Karen Edwards deliver a healthy baby girl. Just hours earlier, Edwards had been discharged from the hospital. According to police, the officers took Edwards to Brookhaven Memorial Hospital about 2 a.m., but the hospital sent her home about 4 hours later. Police were called back to the Edwards home where the baby was born. Both mother and daughter are doing well.
Okay, good luck, Mom and baby. Still coming up, meteorologist Joe Chaffee says the weekend weather forecast, it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but it starts out just fine.
And are you happy it's Friday? We are, and if you are, tell us about your plans. Here's what you had to say.
I'm Diane Hardcastle. I come from Hampton Bays. I'm going to the West Hampton Beach St. Patty's Day Parade with my son for the first time.
My name is Jean. I'm from Calverton. I'm going to be working this weekend and maybe doing some cleaning and enjoying some of the weather. That's about it.
My name's Bob Taylor. I'm from Southampton, and I plan on working this weekend, and if the waves come up, probably do some surfing.
We bought this house in '72. It was our first, and we didn't know much about mortgages.
That's why we went to Prudential Mortgagee.
They are better than most banks because mortgages are their only business, and they treat you as an individual.
Prudential is a licensed mortgage banker and a direct lender, so they can take care of all my needs.
For over 25 years, Prudential Mortgagee has helped people like you get a mortgage. Call Prudential for a mortgage program that suits your needs. Prudential Mortgagee. Our service and integrity is the difference.
Have more fun in bed. Have more fun in bed. Come on into Klein Sleep and have more fun in bed.
Klein Sleep sells more Sealy Posturepedic, Certis, Simmons, and Stearns & Foster than any other bed store because we sell them for less. When you need a bed, don't fool around. Come to Klein Sleep and have more fun in bed.
Buy your bed at Klein Sleep and have more fun in bed.
Stay tuned to News 12 this weekend. A police perspective focuses on the Suffolk County detail that protects and enforces laws against hazardous waste dumping. New York State Commissioner of Transportation Franklin White is James LaRocca's guest on Long Island Talks Business. And Dr. Tony Luciano discusses the benefits of outpatient surgery on To Your Good Health. Weekends, we bring more of Long Island home to you on News 12 Long Island.
Ridership on the Long Island Railroad's Ronkonkoma branch has been building and building, and with that, we've got some changes in schedules.
News 12's Carolyn Gussoff is standing by now with more in Jamaica. Carolyn?
Roma, the changes on the Long Island Railroad go into effect in 3 days. Ronkonkoma will be getting a new train, and several of the other branches will be getting additional cars and will be leaving a few minutes earlier. It's all to accommodate, as you said, increased ridership on the Ronkonkoma line, and if you don't know about it, you could miss your train. We asked riders here at Jamaica Station whether or not they've heard about the changes.
Well, I might pick the train up at Hicksville, but actually it benefits me because I can get an earlier train and make a direct connection rather than waiting here for Kew Gardens.
First I heard of it was they just made an announcement over the public address system. I guess when I get back here to the station, I'll stop by downstairs and get a schedule.
Time changes? No, I wasn't aware of it. Why, are they making it earlier or something?
So we've got some mixed reaction. Some people do not know about the changes. Joining me now is Brian Dolan, spokesman for the Long Island Railroad. Brian, how are you getting the word out?
We have issued this pamphlet placed on all rush hour trains earlier this week. We're making public address announcements at our stations out on the island and in our major terminals, Penn Station, Brooklyn, and Jamaica, to alert passengers that new timetables are available at all stations and to the fact that the changes start on Monday.
Can you run through quickly the changes for us?
On the Ronkonkoma branch, we'll start a new train at 6:52. That will relieve crowding on an early train and a later train. We'll also introduce new service at Hicksville. A new train will start out of there at 7:28, and we will add cars to the 6:51 train out of Hicksville. Changes also will take place on Long Beach, Port Washington, and Hempstead branch.
You talk about trying to relieve overcrowding on the Ronkonkoma line. Is this going to do it, or are we going to have to change the schedule again in another month?
Well, what we have found is an increased ridership of about 2,000 passengers. Right now, trains leaving Ronkonkoma in the hour from 6 to 7 are full. We hope this new train will relieve that crowding. We'll be continuing to survey our riders to find out why they're here, where did they come from, did they come from other branches, and then make other adjustments later on, if need be.
Now, you're going to have all your cars in operation practically. What if there's some kind of breakdown? Is that going to put a crunch on the Long Island Railroad?
Well, that's right. We will have all 832 cars in service, but we can make adjustments on a emergency basis. We can juggle around our schedules and our train equipment.
All right, thank you very much, Brian Dolan. Now, the changes, as we said, go into effect Monday. If you don't want to miss your train, it's best to pick up a new timetable available at all the stations. Here at Jamaica Station, I'm Carolyn Gussoff reporting. Let's go back now to the studio.
Okay, Carolyn, thanks a lot. And of course, the place to be on Monday morning is News 12. When we give you all the traffic information updates, we'll have the very latest on the train schedule.
Okay, thanks. Friends and family of pop star Andy Gibb are expressing shock and sorrow at the death of the 30-year-old singer. Gibb died yesterday in a hospital outside London. He had celebrated his 30th birthday just 5 days before. There's no official cause of death, but London newspapers are reporting that Gibb's death was drug-related. Gibb rose to stardom in the 70s with such hits as Shadow Dancing and Thicker Than Water.
I want you laying in the love I have to bring. I'd do anything to be
What a short life. And local newspapers in London are now asking the royal family to please be more careful. The request coming just a day after Prince Charles narrowly escaped death. The future British king was skiing in the Swiss Alps with 3 friends when an avalanche came roaring down. One of the friends was killed. Another got 2 broken legs. A witness on the mountain says the prince was crying and shaking after the incident. Princess Diana and the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, who's pregnant right now, were safe in a chalet at the time.
Boy, that sounds like something that we're encountering out west in this country.
Well, they have a particular problem in Europe with the avalanches because they've had such a warm winter. Now that they finally got some snow, when it stops snowing, temperatures warm up again, and that's really the ingredient when you get a rapid warm-up.
I saw they were even dynamiting some of the snow down recently.
Yeah, they do that almost to cause an avalanche, to prevent one, as long as they know where the clear area is. It sort of gets all the energy out, because that's a lot of power that builds up with all that snowfall. And once it gets rolling, it could be a mess. And speaking of messes, you know, this big storm out in the west, sort of perfect timing that it should come during the anniversary of the blizzard of '88. They have picked up some massive amounts of snow. Some places in Utah, like in Alta in Utah, believe it or not, they have 106 inches of snow on the ground. That's almost 9 feet, and they picked up 2 feet from this storm. This is in Colorado in Vail, and the storm didn't particularly hit Colorado too bad, although in some of the mountains it was really awful, where they got 1 to 2 feet and cars stalled and the usual thing. But you know, those Midwestern storms are often classic examples of what a true blizzard is, and true blizzards don't occur here in the East too often. And the ingredients for one, and this really describes the conditions you need for blizzards. We've had snowstorms, and we often use descriptions where it's blizzard-like, or it looks like a blizzard out there, that kind of thing. But a real blizzard means you have to have sustained winds of 35 miles an hour or more, temperatures under 20, heavy snow, and blowing snow. And these ingredients were there during the blizzard of 1888, 100 years ago, the anniversary of which is tomorrow. And actually, the storm's ingredients got started 100 years ago today. And what you need for big storms along the east coast of that magnitude, as was with the blizzard of '88, you need a lot of energy in the atmosphere. These are the winds at 18 and 20,000 feet and up. And what happens is those winds just pile down, moving from north to south, down the Appalachian mountain chain, and then just as sharply go from south to north in the ocean, closing off a storm center in eastern Virginia. And with the blizzard of 1888, what happened was that storm center just very, very slowly, and I mean creeped along the New Jersey coast, devastating Long Island and most of southeastern New York and Connecticut with very, very big snows. How much? 1 to 2 feet, common, some local amounts to 30 inches. But the big story with this storm, 50 to 70 mile an hour winds and wind chills that were running that much below zero, because the temperatures were in the 50s before the storm started and dropped down to 0 or less in just 5 hours' time. A memorable storm indeed, but nothing like that in our forecast, hopefully. Here's our boating forecast. Westerly winds at 10 knots for the next couple of days, except locally onshore 10 to 18 during afternoon and evening hours. Visibility 15 miles. Water temperature in the upper 30s, and the seas are going to be running 1 to 3 feet. That Midwestern blizzard will be affecting our weather in some form along about Sunday, and we'll explain how later on in the show.
Okay, we're going to stay with you on that one. Thanks.
All right, we have a story. In Copiague, an 80-year-old man got lost. Now, that's not generally a story, but Cyril Jonke started out earlier Wednesday evening from Pennsylvania. He apparently became lost and confused as he was making his way to a local Masonic lodge. He finally stopped to ask question as to where he was, and he found himself in Copaig, 300 miles away. Junkie's now home, safe and sound.
Just goes to prove men do not stop and ask for directions.
Oprah was right. We said it earlier.
That's right. Well, coming up, Governor Cuomo on Long Island talks to kids about the dangers of drug use.
That and more when we return. Stay tuned.
My name is Philip Johnson. The town I live in is Southampton, and I plan on working all weekend long.
No fun?
No fun.
My name is Sue, and I'm from Patchogue, and I'm not doing much this week and just probably hanging out at the local bars. That's it.
I'm Alice Terry, and I live right in the village of Southampton, and I really don't have any plans for the weekend. Just maybe work out in the yard now that it's so nice. Get some of the leaves picked up. That's about it. Maybe do a little babysitting for the grandchildren.
My name's Joe McGovern. I'm from Hampton Bays. I plan on going to the movies.
Anything else?
Not right now. You never know.
From the lady in the harbor to the lighthouse on the ocean, from the farms out east to the city streets, it's the place that we call home. We're friendly people, and here's our way. We give our best every day. Long Island, we've served you as you've grown. We're King Cullen, Long Island's own.
There's turmoil today in the Dole for President campaign. Some top aides are pushing Dole to withdraw from Tuesday's Illinois primary. Dole has removed his television ads in Illinois, but his press secretary says the move does not mean the campaign is dead. One candidacy that is dead is Jack Kemp's. Kemp dropped out of the race today, but left open the possibility of a vice presidential candidacy. Rounding out the political scene today, Gary Hart bows out of the Democratic race again. Hart has gained little support since returning to the presidential race in either money or votes.
Austrian President Kurt Waldheim says he's sorry for any wartime crimes committed by the Austrian Nazis. Waldheim made the remarks speaking on national television. Yesterday marked the 50th anniversary of Austria's annexation by Germany. In the speech, Waldheim also said that his country should not share any collective guilt about the war. Thousands of people gathered in Vienna for a remembrance rally. And an attorney for Indian guru Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh says the Reagan administration waged an illegal campaign that coerced Rajneesh to plead guilty and leave the country. The guru, you'll remember, was convicted of federal immigration charges a couple of years ago. His lawyer says Rajneesh is going to appeal the conviction when the Reagan administration leaves office next year.
Well, there's a new campaign against drinking and driving. This time, rock musicians are joining with government officials. The campaign is called Think, Don't Drive with Drugs or Drink. Oof. To kick off yesterday's program, a music video was played to kick off yesterday's program.
You better think, think, think. Oh, think. You better think, think, think. You better think.
Think about.
Also playing a part in the campaign kickoff was the rock group Starship, country singer K.T. Oslin, and Aretha Franklin.
There's been a lot of talk these days about warning, especially kids, about the dangers of drugs and alcohol. And during Governor Cuomo's busy day on Long Island yesterday, he managed to stop in Freeport. He warned school children about the perils of drug use and abuse. News 12's Ken Grimball has more.
Freeport's Atkinson Intermediate School Band played an exciting fanfare as the governor walked on stage. Many political and school officials were also there, and this sixth grader welcomed the governor with this baseball cap and told him what education means to him.
I've learned about people and the world around me, both through books and travel, uncovered the mysteries of mathematics, learned to master the English language, and developed a strong interest in science and reading.
Nearly 500 students and visitors jammed the auditorium. Cuomo says his administration is dedicated to educating young people. The governor told them that he's proposed a new educational incentive program called Liberty Scholarships.
You keep studying. You stay in high school until you get your diploma. If you get your diploma from high school and you pass the test to get into the state university college, we have wonderful colleges in the state that the state runs, public colleges. If you pass that test, we will see to it that your tuition is taken care of, your transportation is taken care of, your room and board is taken care of. If you're too poor to pay for it, we'll take care of it.
The charismatic governor warned them to stay away from drugs.
Smart people with money in the suburbs sniffing cocaine. It's the devil. Destroys you. You might just as well reach down into yourself and pull out your soul and put a match to it.
And what would you tell a kid if you knew that he was using drugs?
That it's a waste of time. It can spoil your life.
While the governor was here, he told the young children about the difficult times he faced as a child growing up in South Queens. He said, however, they're facing more difficult times now because of the drug problem. And many of the children told me that they'll never forget about the excitement that Governor Mario Cuomo brought to the Atkinson School. In Freeport, Ken Grimble, News 12, Long Island.
All right, coming up, News 12's Melba Tolliver's continuing series on the rising statistics of breast cancer on Long Island.
We've got that and so much more as we work our way into a weekend, so stay with us.
The two candidates for State Assembly in the March 15th special election are Bob Sweeney and Jim Caples. Let's take a look at their records. Because anytime you're going to hire somebody to do a job, you should check their credentials. Jim Caples has dedicated his life to fighting crime, and he's worked hard for everything he's got. Bob Sweeney's never had a job the politicians haven't given him. On March 15th, send a leader to Albany. Jim Caples for State Assembly.
Most homeowners have a vision of what they dream for their home, and Fontana Contracting will interpret that for you. From design through completion, Fontana Contracting utilizes over 40 years' experience in construction management and all phases of construction. Every project is supervised with experience and know-how to maintain production commitments and the highest standards of quality control. And Fontana Contracting will utilize many of the existing attributes of your property. Since 1947, Fontana Contracting, the name synonymous with design and craftsmanship.
Who would buy central air conditioning at this time of year? Smart homeowners, that's who. Call 1-800-CAR-IER and get in on the big preseason sale featuring last year's prices. Buy before April 15th and no payments or interest charges will be due until after Labor Day. Enjoy Carrier central air conditioning free all summer.
On Long Island, call Mel Modern Systems or 1-800-CARRIER.
March 15th is a very special day for the voters of Huntington and Deer Park. On March 15th, you will elect your new assemblyman, and the clear choice is Jim Conte. Jim Conte, years of hands-on experience in state and local government. A trusted aide to Tony Rattaliata. Jim Conte's got the experience that counts. In the special election, March 15th, Jim Conte, Republican, for the State Assembly.
And here are the top stories as we approach the bottom of the hour this Friday, March 11th. The family of the assassinated cop from North Massapequa wants Governor Cuomo to sign that death penalty bill. The Byrne family says the death penalty for cop killers is the only way to deal with the murderers, but the governor is still refusing to sign. Mr. Cuomo also refuses to kill the Long Island Power Authority, even while the state and Lilco negotiators discuss Lilco's future. Now, Cuomo says if an agreement is reached which kills Shoreham but keeps Lilco operating, LIPA will still survive. The governor does not specify what role LIPA would play. And beginning Monday, they'll be adding an extra train on the Long Island Railroad's Ronkonkoma branch. Railroad officials say the electrification has greatly increased ridership. In addition, they'll have extra cars added to other trains to accommodate the load.
The case of Robert Chambers could go to the jury as early as next week. The defense rested its case yesterday. Only 5 witnesses were called to the stand on Chambers' behalf as compared to 25 prosecution witnesses. Chambers is accused of intentionally killing Jennifer Levin in Central Park during the summer of 1986, but the 21-year-old Chambers claims Levin's death was an accident that occurred during rough sex. The newly appointed head of Gallaudet University has resigned. Faculty and students at the school for the deaf have been protesting since Elizabeth Zinsser was chosen as president. Students claim Zinsser should not be president because she's not hard of hearing and doesn't know sign language. Zinsser made the decision to resign because she says the opposition was making it impossible for her to effectively run the school.
Since her breast cancer surgery 19 years ago, Bernice Kramer has helped other women deal with their physical and emotional scars. And she's talked now to our Melba Tolliver about a support group here on Long Island.
The view from Bernice Kramer's window isn't a pretty sight. She moved here before the dump, when she could see the 4th of July fireworks at Long Beach. The oceanside dump, almost in her backyard, looks bad, smells bad, and Bernice Kramer says it gives her bad thoughts.
I think of something polluting the air. I think of sickness. I think of an unknown factor, which we don't know really what it can do and what it can't do.
Bernice Kramer had breast cancer surgery on February 6, 1969. It left her scarred from a radical mastectomy. It also left her committed to supporting the seriously ill. Bernice is completing her degree in social work at Adelphi, and in its social services center, staffed by student interns, social workers, and faculty, there is plenty of hands-on experience. They man a couple of telephone hotlines, including one for breast cancer information. And there's a support program for cancer patients and families. 19 years ago, Bernice didn't have that.
I sat with my worry, and maybe I spread it around the family a little bit, but each month and each 6-month period and each year period that got put in back of me made me feel a little bit more secure. I think there were issues that I really never worked through.
For instance?
Eventual death, possible death, doing what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. These were things that evolved very, very painfully, and probably with support would have evolved much sooner.
So that support then wasn't there. Now, what's available to women in terms of support?
There are support groups not only at Adelphi, but at other agencies in Nassau County and Suffolk County.
Now, the hotline, tell me about that. How does that work?
We try and calm them down by telling them that 80% of the breast lumps are non-malignant. You should go to your doctor. And lots of times they're in such panic that they can't even see the course that they should follow. So oftentimes the volunteer will call them back in a week to find out what they've done, and will follow through with it. They also might call from a hospital saying they just had breast cancer. How can they face it? What can they do?
So that's at another stage. Then there's another kind of support.
Yeah. The support is really extended, or it's there from the time the woman first discovers the lump until she goes back to her normal activities.
And the chances are excellent that a woman today will resume a normal life. That's changed since Bernice's experience, but she says some things remain the same.
Our society is very breast conscious, and somehow or other, breasts are associated with a woman's femininity, her ability to be a mother, her ability to be compassionate. And when a breast is taken away, something is taken away from her. It's a loss.
When you get your degree in Master's in Social Work in May, what then? What's next for you?
I hope to work with people who are faced with life-threatening diseases, whether it be cancer, heart disease, emphysema.
How did you go from being this terrified lady 19 years ago to now dealing with these subjects that most of us just don't even want to think about?
I think it was a conscious raising thing. Each event in your life raises your consciousness to a certain degree. and mine has been raised to that degree too.
This is Melba Tolliver, News 12, Long Island.
Bernice Kramer is really only beginning her work. She's going to start to do work with the seriously ill in hospitals and work with support groups.
6-year-old Michael Kelly of Seaford is a hero. You may remember him. Last year, he helped to save his mother's life with a simple call to 911. News 12's Lucy Yang was on hand for the annual award ceremony.
Flanked by his mother and NASA officials, tonight 7-year-old Michael Kelly received a special plaque and round of applause for being a hero.
Do you think you're a hero?
Yes.
What did you do, Mike?
I saved my mother.
And does that make you feel really proud?
Yes.
On February 16th last year, someone broke into the Kelly Seaford home, stabbed Virginia Kelly in the throat, and tied up her son, Michael. Somehow, Michael pried himself loose and got help for his mother by calling 911.
Do you know what a hero is?
Yeah.
What's a hero?
Someone who does things good.
We try not to make a big thing of it to each other because he needs to have a normal life, too.
27 heroes were honored this evening, including one dog. Luke woke up its owners at 5 o'clock in the morning one Saturday as flames ripped through their home.
I didn't do it to be proud of myself. I did it because it had to be done, you know? I mean, you know, they were going to die, so, you know.
Robert Tamke received his award for helping 2 officers hit by a drunk driver. Sergeant Richard Peck was one of those victims.
I think that the award is well-deserved, and everybody involved is very worthy of getting it.
According to officials, almost all the names submitted for an award were honored here tonight. Authorities add this year's recipients are just a symbol of the hundreds of other Good Samaritans throughout Long Island.
Craig Roselle risked his life on May 12, 1987.
More bad things are noticed than good things, that's what I feel. But it's about time something good was noticed.
Congratulations to all the heroes. In Mineola, Lucy Yang, News 12, Long Island.
It really makes you realize how many good people are around us, huh? Well, coming up, we've got a preview of the sounds of St. Patrick's Day parades. One of the marchers, in fact, joins us today.
And the Home Expo at Nassau Coliseum runs through the weekend. Sports and weather next.
Dave Lennox. Since 1895, hard at work with new ideas in heating and cooling. And now, get 0% financing and $100 cash rebate on the efficient Lennox Pulse Gas Furnace. Call your independent Lennox dealer.
For scheduled service at your convenience, call my friend Mark Newman of Standard Refrigerators.
At Standard Refrigerators, we're committed to your comfort.
For a free estimate on an efficient Lennox comfort system, call Suffolk Maintenance Service.
Stephen sells the best and services the rest.
Attaboy, Dave.
America speaks out for Chevrolet.
My mom called it pig-headedness. My dad called it gumption. Call it what you like. I make my own decisions. I decided on a Chevy Spectrum. It's built in Japan, but compared to, say, the Nissan Sentra E, Spectrum gets much better mileage, has more cargo room, and costs $800 less. And that's before I got $500 cash back from my Chevy dealer. A brilliant decision.
What makes News 12 tick? This is what goes on inside News 12's 24-hour clock. Concerned about what's important to Long Island, caring about what matters to you. What makes News 12 tick? People, working harder to bring you the news. News 12 Long Island, Long Island's news channel, 24 hours every day.
Well, the Isles have slipped back into 3rd place in the Patrick Division with their 4-3 loss to Quebec at the Coliseum. But still, they're clawing their way toward the top of the division. They're having to do it without superstar Mike Bossy lately, though. News 12's Bob Wolf says regardless, the Isles have reminded Bossy he's still a team hero.
It wasn't a retirement night for Mike Bossy. Prior to the Quebec Islanders game, it was a night to praise the injured star for all he's meant to the team. Bossy, the Islanders' most prolific scorer in their history, was showered with cheers and gifts, one of which was a gold hockey stick. Bossy has sat out the season with a back ailment. he told News 12's Carl Reuter that he set a possible return date.
My timetable, I've sort of given myself until next fall, until next training camp, to make that decision as to whether I will come back or not, or whether I will try again or not.
Is there pain right now? Have you attempted to skate at all, or are you strictly staying off the ice at this point?
No, there's really no sense in trying. You know, my back actually hurts more now than it did last year, so you know, I think that if I were to try and fool myself and go out and try, I'd, you know, probably throw in the towel.
I'm Bob Wolf for News 12 Sports.
Well, with the winter months wrapping up, spring is going to have a lot of people changing their activities from indoor to outdoor sports. News 12's Carl Reuter has been in Uniondale, a place where some people are changing from running inside to outside.
You might not know them in their warm-up uniforms, but they have the best track and field team in Nassau County. Meet the Uniondale Knights. Undeniably, the Uniondale track program is the best in Nassau County. They've won 14 straight county championships on the indoor track, and 15 of the last 17 seasons, they've won the Nassau County outdoor title. Why the success?
I think it's a tremendous pride, it's a dedication, it's the reinforcement of previous athletes coming back and seeing what's been done before. It's a challenge for these athletes to try and not only match what's been done, but try to surpass.
Uniondale is led by seniors and twins, Kevin and Kelvin McQueen. Kevin is ranked number 3 in the country in the high jump by Track and Field News. And even though time is running out, he's still shooting for number 1.
Time, very little, but, you know, so you have to make as much as you can of it. Motivation, you know, it does put me, you know, give me a lot. Being number 3, you know, everybody wants to be number 1. And it's just a lot to accomplish.
What has Coach Cornfield taught you since you've been running for him?
It's taught me loyalty and hard work pays off, definitely.
In Uniondale, Carl Reuter, News 12, Long Island.
Now, just thinking this crazy weather we're having reminds me of an Italian phrase, matsu e vatsu. I know I'm screwing up the pronunciation. It means March is crazy.
March is, yeah, matsu e pazzo.
Batsu, isn't it?
Pazzo.
Whatever the dialect.
Whatever. Yeah, it is crazy. It's roller coaster. Big time. It's up, down, down, up, down, up. And I have a feeling it's going to continue like that for a while. We'll see a little bit of craziness over the next couple of days. But we want to point out the best of the next 3 days. Today, a little less so tomorrow, and Sunday looks like it could be a wet day, and we could get a good soaking of rain, depending on what goes on with the western storm. The first leading edge, the high clouds moving across Michigan and Wisconsin. We have clear skies along the East Coast today, just a few passing clouds from time to time, and that should be just about the end of our problems, or the extent of our problems, that is. High temperatures, the normals anyway, 46 and 28. We will be a little bit above normal today. We were normal on the low, but we will be above normal on the high, and we tacked on another degree to the normals today, and we'll continue to tack on a degree every 2 days or so. The records for the day, 71 and 9, and we won't touch those. We won't even come close. High temperatures today, mostly in the 40s along the South Shore and eastern Long Island. Why, you ask? Well, we will have a sea breeze that will come in. We didn't have a sea breeze yesterday. We had a land gale from the north-northwest that kept us all on the cool side. But today the sea breeze will come in, and after reaching the 50s, you folks along the South Shore and eastern Long Island will cool back down into the 40s, while it will stay in the lower 50s along most communities along the North Shore in Nassau and Suffolk County. Now, a few complicating things going on for this weekend. We have dry air covering a good portion of the country, everywhere east of the Mississippi, pretty much in the clear, and that should ensure us of at least another dry 24 to 36 hours. But our problems will begin later on Saturday and Saturday night. We have this very intense storm that's producing the big blizzard in Wyoming, Montana, and the Dakotas. Normally, these storms in the high plains have a tendency to run up to the northeast and head to the Great Lakes, in which case we just get a passing cold front with a few showers. However, we have a big blocking storm in eastern Canada, and that storm in the west will move toward the Great Lakes and then hit that block and come to a screeching halt, which means that instead of going to the northeast, it's going to be forced to move east and then maybe east-southeast toward Pennsylvania and western New York on Sunday, and then gradually redevelop off the east coast. If we had a lot of cold air around, folks, we'd be really worried right now about an out-and-out snowstorm around here. But because the air is warm and all the cold air is staying way to the west and north, it should be mostly a rain affair here along about Sunday into Sunday evening, and then we will turn much colder for Monday and Tuesday. Our forecast for you now for today and the weekend, mostly sunny, passing clouds from time to time, 47 to 52, low 40s on the shore. Tonight, clear, mid-20s to low 30s. Tomorrow, look for sunshine followed by increasing clouds, 57 to 62 in the inland section, sea breeze on the coast mostly in the 40s. For Sunday, looks like cloudy and windy with rain or showers and highs mostly in the 50s. If you're headed upstate for skiing along about Sunday, from Albany to Messina, Watertown, north and east into New England, they could get some pretty heavy wet snow from this storm if it really gets going when it reaches our coastline.
Hot dog.
All right.
Well, this March sure is crazy.
Sure is.
All right, for some, the nearness of spring brings to mind thoughts of picnics and patio parties. For others, it means the time to start spring cleaning. But for those of us who may be thinking about some major home repairs, you might want to pay a visit to the Home Improvement Energy Expo at the Nassau Coliseum this weekend. There'll be some cost-saving tips on everything from windows and skylights to greenhouses and hot tubs.
Home Improvement and Energy Expo is the largest that we've had in our 9-year history at the Nassau Coliseum. We have a more diversified range of home improvements that we've ever had before.
We found all kinds of beautiful thermal windows, round top, gazebos like I've never seen before. We've seen all kinds of vacuum cleaners, central vacuum cleaners. We've seen bathrooms, all new kinds of fixtures and kitchens.
These 3-4 days, every morning I know I'm going to make about at least $100,000. You know, the business, the Long Island people have been great. We're opening up in Suffolk County now.
The expo runs through Sunday at the Coliseum. Carol?
That man is going to make $100,000. He's the one I want to meet. Well, listen, once you go to the expo and you decide to have the kitchen remodeled, you need some place to go and have dinner, right? Well, the Love Chef, Francis Anthony, he's eaten at Long Island's best restaurants. And today, Francis offers some advice on how you can heighten even the best dining experience.
You know, in a restaurant, you have a responsibility to act a certain way also beside the people serving you and beside the people who own the place. For instance, when you will come to a new restaurant, isn't it nice if you would say that Mr. and Mrs. Jones sent me? I'll tell you why. You'll get a little better service, and they'll give you that because you were recommended. They'll give you that little extra. They'll go that little extra edge. So you walk in, now you want a table. They seat you at a certain table. Maybe you don't like that particular table. Don't sit there for 5 minutes and then later on say, well, should we move here because you're arguing with your dining companion or you're by yourself? Move and ask them, can I please sit there? Unless it's reserved for a regular or someone who wants that particular table, they'll be glad to give it to you. Now the waiter or waitress walks over, and you'll look up at the waiter or waitress, and don't say, oh my God, the traffic to get here, I couldn't get in your parking lot, I had to wait a half hour at the door, they wouldn't seat me. They don't want to know about it, they don't care, and it doesn't start off your meal in a very nice, entertaining way. Remember, you're not only here to dine, you're here to be entertained and to entertain yourself. You're having a good time. So you look up at the waiter or waitress, and you look directly in their eyes. That's a very important thing. Make eye contact. And it's nice to know their name. If they don't volunteer their name, on the East Coast here, waiters and waitresses normally don't come over and give their names like they do on the West Coast, but ask their name. It's Jim or John. And it's nice then later on you can ask for that particular waiter, you need something else. Now to interpret the menu, you may need some help. So you say to John or Jane, I don't understand this particular terminology, or what is this foreign dish? Can you explain this to me? Or I'm on a low-fat, low-cholesterol diet. Can you have my meat without sauce or maybe no salt? They'll be glad in the kitchen to help you out like this. I don't care how busy they are. Any good restaurant would do it. And then again, you want some suggestions, and you want to know about maybe their wine list. So you have a wine list. Let them suggest a bottle of wine. They're not going to give you the most expensive wine in the house because they know you'll never come back. They want you to have a nice experience. And the most important thing, too, is to order the whole meal up front and signal when you're done dining. Put your fork on the plate, and that's the busboy then will be able to pick it up. And remember, in America, service is also dictated by tipping, and tipping is a very important part of the dining function. So for Channel 12 News, Francis Anthony.
Well, you know, a lot of you may be making your plans already because St. Patrick's Day is just a week away. And coming up, oh, do we have a special treat for you, the sounds of the season.
Quiche. Country.
France.
I love the charm of country French furniture,
You do?
or the splendor of a Georgian court.
Sounds great.
But we'd probably be happier with something contemporary but elegant, like Canova.
You're either hinting for a trip around the world.
Or a trip to Ethan Allen.
The winter sale event at Ethan Allen, brought to you by Restful Interiors, with 4 convenient locations in Bayshore, Manhasset, Bayside, and Southampton. Visit yours today.
Humongous Gas and Electric?
Hello, this is Bob Davis.
Davis. Ah, yes, 24327A. What's your problem?
Our gas heater is off.
Do you smell gas, 24327A?
Well, no, but we're freezing.
Well, we'll be there eventually. But do call immediately if you smell gas.
Futura Oil Heat, how may we help you?
Tired of
Yes,
big
Mr.
utility service hang-ups?
I'll send your serviceman right over.
Discover the warmth of oil heat.
Well, as we've been saying, St. Patty's Day is just a week away, and that means the sounds of pipes will be filling the air. Bagpipes, of course. Now, St. Patrick's Day parades all across Long Island and in New York will feature thousands of bagpipers. And one of the pipers is Joe Brady. Right now, he gives us a preview of that great Irish sound. He joins Roma. Take it away.
Thanks, Carol. I'm with Joe Brady. My first question comes from Carol. She asks, is it uncomfortable wearing a skirt?
Not at all. As I just mentioned to Carol, I'd rather wear a kilt than pants. We refer to it as a kilt, not a skirt, of course.
Do you get ribbed at all?
Every time you put it on. But it's a great opportunity to discuss it.
Yeah, yeah. Now, this isn't your first time marching in the
No.
New York City St. Patrick's Parade.
This will be my 24th year, I believe it is.
24th?
Yeah, I started at 8 years old, and I'm 32 now.
Oh,
so.
my gosh. You've been
Yeah.
playing the bagpipes
Yes.
all that time?
Yes, I have been, yeah.
Now, when you practice, it's awfully loud, where do you do that?
Well, I was born and raised in the Bronx. We had a house there, and we had Irish neighbors on both sides, so they encouraged my practice. And since 1980, I bought a home in Peekskill, and that's where we do our
And no
practicing.
complaints from
No
neighbors?
complaints at all.
'Cause
It's
when I
more
was,
positive than anything.
When I was learning the piano, certainly I produced some very odd-sounding noises. You didn't have that problem.
No, and if they're complaining, I don't hear them. Maybe it's loud enough, so that takes care of that.
All right, let's hear them. Can you play us something?
I'd be glad to. I need to.
Great.
One of the more popular numbers that will be played, of course, will be the Gary Owen, and I'll give you a little bit of that.
Very good.
You're at a disadvantage of sitting so close. It is an instrument that's preferred to be played outdoors.
Outdoors.
I'm sure.
What is the history of bagpipes? I associate them with Ireland. Is that
Well, there's no definite way of tracking it going back so far. We can say that it was played in China and Italy before it made its way into Europe, and it was the Scottish then that did adopt it as its national instrument and became very prominent in all of Europe. Since the Scottish and Irish folk have immigrated here, of course, they carry their culture. And there are some very fine bagpipers and bands on the east coast of the United States, as well as Canada and Scotland and Ireland, of course.
bagpipes were played in Italy?
Yes, a form of the bagpipes called the cornemuse, which was a bag and had tubes off of it, similar to this. But this particular style was adopted by Scotland and as their national instrument. This is what came from Europe in the very late 1600s, as far back as we can trace the actual music.
This being your 24th parade, what do you look forward to in particular? Or is it just a dull experience now that you've been through it so many times?
It's nothing dull about it whatsoever. We hope the weather is good. And if the weather's good, it is fun marching. The last few parades have been just tremendous with millions of people coming out, and it's fun. Afterwards, I'll be playing with the New York City Fire Department, and afterwards they'll have beer and soda and hot dogs with the Emerald Society, and it's quite a fun day.
Could you make a living at it?
Well, I do quite a bit of instructing right now. I'm a director of music at West Point, and I teach individually at home as well as groups. I've traveled throughout the world. This year I have played in Holland for an art exhibit, as well as El Paso, Texas, and recently we dedicated the Hall of Honor for the FBI in Quantico. So it keeps us busy. To make a living at it, it would be difficult, but I wouldn't mind that challenge once again.
Now, you know, the bagpipers that I have known are very, very committed to the bagpipe. Once you learn, you never give it up, and they're always playing. Is that true of you?
My wife would vouch for that for sure. She thinks she's second to the pipes. I do. Yes, I live and breathe the instrument practically.
Does it bug your family at all that
No, not at all.
that you
No.
play? They enjoy it?
Yes, my father's also a piper, and I've got two brothers who have been and a sister who have played pipes and drums. We've gone through, I went to Iona College on a bagpipe scholarship, and yes, we do live and breathe it.
Yeah.
It's something that once it gets you, it's got you.
Yeah, was it difficult to find other bagpipers to play with?
No,
Are
it's
there many
becoming
groups?
very, very popular in this area. It's unbelievable with the amount of weddings and we have other kinds of functions that we're called on to play, but it's becoming extremely popular, thankfully.
Okay. Joe Brady, could you lead us out of this section with,
Be more than happy
with a
to.
tune on
Certainly.
your bagpipes?
Be glad to.
Joe Brady, you'll see him in the New York City St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Boy, that is some music, and it's so popular, Joe has even made an album, Joe Brady Piper. Thanks very much. On to other things, like Hempstead. What happened there? A full day of clowning around for students. The students previewed some circus festivities, and they learned a pretty good lesson as well. News 12's Mary Musey has more.
Hello, everybody. All right, let's try it again. Hello, everybody.
For the moment, at least, Cowboy Mike is better than anyone. But then not just anyone can break up the school day blahs like this.
No, wait, it was better back over here. I'm sorry. Try it again, okay? Wait, one more time back over here, maybe. I'm sorry, right there. So wait, let me fix her up so she matches me, okay? There we go.
They're funny, they talk funny, and they dress funny. And he made magic, and that's the part I liked. What else?
It's magic, all right, when a grown-up can get several hundred children to do and say anything he tells them to. On cue, no less.
You guys start telling.
That's the real message here. And though this audience at the Rhodes School said it 10 or more times at Cowboy Mike's request, who's to say they meant it? How do you feel about reading?
Not too thrilled.
Not thrilled with the message, perhaps, but clearly thrilled by the messenger. Did Cowboy Mike make you laugh?
Yeah, a lot.
Wait, let me hear everybody laugh all at once.
In Hempstead, I'm Mary Musey, News 12, Long Island.
And if you're not warmed up for spring just yet, wait till you see this. We leave you this hour now with some of the best sights of spring.
Didn't write on us about the turkeys, did he? No. Took us to a baseball game, didn't he? Yeah. Bought us hot dogs, didn't he? Yeah. He's gonna take us to a picture show, ain't he? How do we know?
Holding their breath today over tonight's award ceremonies. You know, some Oscar nights have turned into 5-hour marathons, but that's really nothing compared to all the preparation for months that it takes beforehand. The sets have to be built, the spotlights positioned, camera shots worked out. Well, with any luck, you get the picture. And will tonight, and maybe your favorite picture will win.
And tonight being the moment of truth for dozens of nominees, they're vying for the coveted Academy Awards. Roma Torre is here now with a preview of the big event, and she'll give us her picks for the top honors.
Yep,
Roma.
I'm excited.
Okay.
The Academy Awards is celebrating its 60th anniversary tonight, but it's bound to be a celebration no different from the past 59. Big, lavish, and deadly long. Who's going to win is always a source of big suspense, so to help you remember your favorites, here's a rundown of some of the top categories. For Best Picture, the nominees are Broadcast News, a bitingly realistic portrayal of the TV news business from the inside looking out. Fatal Attraction, an oddly feminist theme with a thrilling and sexy touch. Glenn Close is a spurned lover out to get the man who done her wrong. Hope and Glory, a beautiful period piece about war-torn London in 1940, all from a child's point of view. The Last Emperor, magnificent splendor with a solid story about the life and times of China's last emperor in the early 20th century. And Moonstruck, a popular favorite. It's a heartwarming story about an Italian family in Brooklyn and the inner passions that burn within them. For Best Actor, Michael Douglas in Wall Street. He plays a hardened inside trader who worships one master, greed. William Hurt is the empty but ambitious anchorman in Broadcast News. Marcello Mastroianni in Dark Eyes. The great Italian actor plays a thoroughly romantic fellow in a bittersweet search for love and happiness. Jack Nicholson has played it all, but for the first time, he's a bum out of the pages of the Pulitzer Prize-winning Ironweed. And Robin Williams is a hip, quick-witted disc jockey cheering up the grunts in Good Morning, Vietnam. In the Best Actress category, Cher as the love-starved widow seeking contentment in Moonstruck. Glenn Close turns it on as a deadly attractive career woman searching for love and vengeance in Fatal Attraction. Holly Hunter is a different kind of career woman with little time for love or passion. She knows only work in Broadcast News. Sally Kirkland is a good-hearted actress with plenty of talent but little success in Anna. And Meryl Streep is back on the list again, this time as an unglamorous, homeless woman barely surviving her last days in Ironweed. For Best Supporting Actor, Albert Brooks as a bright but frustrated newsman in Broadcast News. Sean Connery is an aging policeman on the beat in The Untouchables. From Street Smart, Morgan Freeman plays a pimp who becomes famous. Vincent Gardenia is Cher's no-nonsense Italian father in Moonstruck. And Denzel Washington is the South African hero, Stephen Biko, in Cry Freedom. Supporting actress nominees are Norma Alejandro as a kind-hearted maid devoted to a young handicapped child. Ann Archer is Michael Douglas's victimized wife in Fatal Attraction. Olympia Dukakis is another member of the Moonstruck family to get a nomination. Ann Ramsey is also a mother of a different kind in the comedy Throw Mama from the Train. And a blast from the past, Ann Sothern joins screen legends Lillian Gish and Betty Davis in the tender Whales of August. All right, who's going to win out of that bunch? Well, mind you, this isn't necessarily my choice, but merely a prediction. So for what it's worth, for Best Picture, I think it'll be The Last Emperor. It's either that or Moonstruck. Best Actor looks like it's going to be Michael Douglas, and Best Actress, Cher. In the supporting categories, it looks like a shoo-in. Olympia Dukakis and Sean Connery have very clear edges. Okay. So,
you say it's kind of political, though, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's definitely political. It has nothing to do with the best, in my opinion, anyway.
But in your opinion, who was your personal favorite?
Okay, for Best Picture, I think I'd like to see Last Emperor. I think that's the best film. I think Marcello Mastroianni, I'd love to see. I think he's great, and I think he beat out all the other actors, but he doesn't stand a chance. He's definitely a dark horse. And Holly Hunter, I think, was the best in Broadcast News.
But that's a little iffy, though.
To tell you how bizarre this whole selection process is, I hear the Academy is voting for Robin Williams just because they want to hear his acceptance speech. So that's how bizarre. Yeah. It's not even political there, it's just strategizing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Roma. Well, just to show you that we are even-handed, it is time for the Golden Raspberry Awards. Those irreverent awards handed out to Hollywood's worst of 1987. Worst Picture?
Well, the 60th Annual Academy Awards gets underway tonight in Hollywood with the usual hoopla and glamour. Who's going to get the prestigious Oscar is anybody's guess, and that anybody could be Roma Torre, who's here now to give us a preview.
Well, I'll try. One nice thing about tonight's ceremony is that all the top contenders are expected to be in the house. So you'll be able to see the thrill of victory, or in more cases, the agony of defeat on all the faces of your favorite nominees. So now, without further ado, here is a preview of some of the major categories in tonight's Academy Awards. For Best Picture, the nominees are Broadcast News, a bitingly realistic portrayal of the TV news business from the inside looking out. Fatal Attraction, an oddly feminist theme with a thrilling and sexy touch. Glenn Close is a spurned lover out to get the man who done her wrong. Hope and Glory, a beautiful period piece about war-torn London in 1940, all from a child's point of view. The Last Emperor, magnificent splendor with a solid story about the life and times of China's last emperor in the early 20th century. And Moonstruck, a popular favorite. It's a heartwarming story about an Italian family in Brooklyn and the inner passions that burn within them. For Best Actor, Michael Douglas in Wall Street. He plays a hardened inside trader who worships one master, greed. William Hurt is the empty but ambitious anchorman in Broadcast News. Marcello Mastroianni in Dark Eyes. The great Italian actor plays a thoroughly romantic fellow in a bittersweet search for love and happiness. Jack Nicholson has played it all, but for the first time, he's a bum out of the pages of the Pulitzer Prize-winning Ironweed. And Robin Williams is a hip, quick-witted disc jockey cheering up the grunts in Good Morning, Vietnam. In the Best Actress category, Cher as the love-starved widow seeking contentment in Moonstruck. Glenn Close turns it on as a deadly attractive career woman searching for love and vengeance in Fatal Attraction. Holly Hunter is a different kind of career woman with little time for love or passion. She knows only work in Broadcast News. Sally Kirkland is a good-hearted actress with plenty of talent but little success in Anna. And Meryl Streep is back on the list again, this time as an unglamorous, homeless woman barely surviving her last days in Ironweed. For Best Supporting Actor, Albert Brooks as a bright but frustrated newsman in Broadcast News. Sean Connery is an aging policeman on the beat in The Untouchables. From Street Smart, Morgan Freeman plays a pimp who becomes famous. Vincent Gardenia is Cher's no-nonsense Italian father in Moonstruck. And Denzel Washington is the South African hero, Stephen Biko, in Cry Freedom. Supporting actress nominees are Norma Alejandro as a kind-hearted maid devoted to a young handicapped child. Ann Archer is Michael Douglas's victimized wife in Fatal Attraction. Olympia Dukakis is another member of the Moonstruck family to get a nomination. Ann Ramsey is also a mother of a different kind in the comedy Throw Mama from the Train. And a blast from the past, Ann Sothern joins screen legends Lillian Gish and Bette Davis in the tender Whales of August. So now, who's going to win? If you ask Melva, she'll tell you they all deserve it. Of course, it is impossible to predict the winners, but guessing is fun. Just keep in mind these aren't necessarily my choices, and they're not even necessarily the best. But here we go. For Best Picture, it's a tight race, but I think The Last Emperor will edge out its competition. For Best Actor, Michael Douglas for doing such a good job in not one, but 2 movies this year. For Best Actress, there's a lot of enthusiasm over Cher, and I think the Academy thinks it's her turn. And in the supporting categories, that should be easy, Sean Connery and Olympia Dukakis.
All right.
So there we go. It sounds there won't be any surprises, though, because these are pretty, I mean, most critics seem to be picking these same people and the movie.
Right. Well, no, there's a tight race for the movie. Broadcast News is a hot contender.
What are your personal choices?
I knew you'd ask that. I prefer Last Emperor. I think that movie just can't be beat.
I agree with you.
I liked Marcello Mastroianni in a dark horse of a movie called Dark Eyes. He's great. He can't be beat. And I think Holly Hunter does deserve it, even though she's in with some tight competition.
Cher's going to get it, though.
Yeah, I think Cher.
Yeah, she will, because she didn't. Turn. She got robbed the last time.
Yes, yes. With, and they don't forget the Academy.
Yeah, what was the movie?
Silkwood. Well, Silkwood for Best Supporting Actress.
Yeah.
She lost there.
Okay.
And Olympia Dukakis because her cousin is running for the presidency.
He's going to be watching.
It's all political, obviously.
That's right.
Michael Dukakis will be watching from a restaurant in Greenwich Village where the movie, the restaurant, the Italian restaurant was shot. Yeah. He'll be watching from there.
Smart man.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's used to reviewing movies, but this time somebody's reviewing him. That's movie critic Rex Reed. He has pleaded guilty to attempted state tax evasion charges. Reed pleaded guilty on 2 misdemeanor counts for failing to file state returns in 1984 and 1985 while he was working as a columnist for the New York Post. Reed was fined $2,000. The state
is made up of special...
Well, the 60th Annual Academy Awards are now history. And true to form, last night's show was a spectacle. It was a long one also, but News 12's Roma Torre stayed up to watch it all and tell us all about it today. I also kept track of your predictions yesterday.
Yeah.
You battled 1,000.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
5 for 5. It wasn't hard, believe me. Okay, let's go. Watching the Academy Awards is a peculiar American phenomenon. While it's happening, you can't imagine being anywhere else but in front of a TV set. But when it's over, you wonder, what was I doing? I should have been in bed. It was interminably long, more than 3.5 hours, and as usual, most of the big awards came in the last hour. The Last Emperor distinguished itself with 9 awards. It became the most winning film since Ben-Hur in 1960 with 11 awards. So if you feel cheated for having stayed up so late, consider that you watched history being made. But if you didn't stay up, here are some of the highlights. Oscar may have turned 60, but he's as bright and exuberant as ever. He certainly does know how to pick favorites.
For the Last Emperor.
Vittorio Storaro for the Last Emperor.
Bernardo Bertolucci for the Last Emperor.
The Bernardo Bertolucci film took 9 honors in all. It won in every category for which it was nominated, including Best Picture, Director, Editing, and Cinematography. Fortunately, though, for some performers, The Last Emperor was not up for acting awards. Moonstruck was, and that meant 2 Oscars, Olympia Dukakis in a supporting role, and Cher for Best Actress.
It was like at the beginning of this road, every person in that audience was a person who wouldn't have given, much hope. I mean, if I would have been, a patient on the sick list, I probably would have died. So it was really, I just felt really, really good about being able to achieve something that seemed so impossible.
Sean Connery missed winning the first time around. That was 30 years ago. But this time he was the sentimental favorite for his supporting role as an honest cop in The Untouchables.
You just joined. Patience truly is a virtue.
And Michael Douglas was another first-time winner for his work as a greedy stock trader in Wall Street.
What you expect that your father will say to you after this Oscar?
He say, son, I'm getting really tired of hearing about you. I mean, I'm nice being a father, but this is it.
But next to the anticipation of winning, the biggest suspense of the night was Cher's dress. And by the crowd's reaction, she didn't disappoint.
Oh, it was really weird. I mean, Coca-Cola wanted to see it before they would allow me to come tonight. It was unbelievable. I mean, people were like so weirded out about this dress, and I feel it's quite appropriate for the evening.
Tomorrow, Carol will be wearing that dress. You might recall yesterday I mentioned some Academy members were voting for Robin Williams as Best Actor because they wanted to hear his acceptance speech. Well, he didn't win, but in presenting the Best Director award, he did make a speech, and here's what happened.
Present the Best Director award. The wedding of a moment, please. Early summer. Before I do that, I just want to know, why are there no Jewish evangelists? Someone comes up going, my leg. He goes, your leg, my arm, I can't play tennis. Okay.
Well, he did lighten up the evening for sure. Until next year.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ron.
Boy, that was fun. No, I won't be wearing the dress tomorrow, by the way. Sorry.
Okay. And dipping into News 12's People's Files, what columnist is the most widely syndicated, is the most influential woman in the world? Why, it's Dear Ann. Last night, Ann Landers received the Edwin...
Killed in Panama while guarding a fuel storage area.
Are enacting a resolution to appeal a controversial court decision charging them with discrimination. Roma Torre is here now with the details. Roma?
Thanks, Melba. Well, it's been a week since a U.S. appeals court ruled against the town of Huntington. The court stated that the town acted illegally and it discriminated when it rejected the construction of a low-income housing project in East Northport. The town officials argue it is not a racial issue. They say they rejected the proposed project because the area was not properly zoned to accommodate it. For the first time since that ruling last Wednesday, the town board met publicly to determine its next step. And not surprisingly, they have decided to fight the decision and appeal to the Supreme Court. Town members were sharply divided over this issue.
It is not a racial issue. It is not an issue of segregation. It is an issue of a very important nature, zoning.
I don't think it was ever the town's
decision to discriminate. I was disappointed with the court's decision in the sense that they're taking away local home rule from us.
I can understand their concerns very clearly. You know, people on the lower income level want what people on the upper income levels want as well, and that's decent, good housing that they can afford to live in. I would hope that at this time the strong leadership will move ahead and work with housing advocates and other concerned citizens and churches in town to provide low-cost housing for people who need it.
Town Supervisor Tony Taliata says they will make their appeal to the Supreme Court within about 90 days.
And it's up to a matter, of course, for the Supreme Court to decide whether they want to hear this case.
Yeah, and that's going to take a long time.
Okay. Thanks, Roma. The Long Island Better Business Bureau has issued a warning. A mail-order firm promising valuable prizes has been inducing Long Islanders to buy. Massapequa learned today. Kids at the Fairfield School took to the great outdoor.
The 60th Academy Awards are history. And if you stayed up, if you're one of the 1 billion people who stayed up to watch, maybe you don't want to hear any more about the Oscars. But for those of you who missed Oscars Glitter and Glamour this year, News 12's Roma Torre tells you all about the highlights.
Oscar may have turned 60, but he's as bright and exuberant as ever. He certainly does know how to pick favorites.
For the last emperor.
Vittorio Storaro for the last emperor.
Bernardo Bertolucci for the last emperor.
The Bernardo Bertolucci film took 9 honors in all. It won in every category for which it was nominated, including Best Picture, Director, Editing, and Cinematography. Fortunately, though, for some performers, The Last Emperor was not up for acting awards. Moonstruck was, and that meant 2 Oscars, Olympia Dukakis in a supporting role, and Cher for Best Actress.
It was like at the beginning of this road, every person in that audience was a person who wouldn't have given, much hope. I mean, if I would have been, a patient on the sick list, I probably would have died. So it was really, I just felt really, really good about being able to achieve something that seemed so impossible.
Sean Connery missed winning the first time around. That was 30 years ago. But this time he was the sentimental favorite for his supporting role as an honest cop in The Untouchables.
Patience truly is a virtue.
And Michael Douglas was another first-time winner for his work as a greedy stock trader in Wall Street.
What you expect that your father will say to you after this Oscar?
He say, son, I'm getting really tired of hearing about you. I mean, I'm nice being a father, but this is it.
But next to the anticipation of winning, the biggest suspense of the night was Cher's dress. And by the crowd's reaction, she didn't disappoint.
It was really weird. I mean, Coca-Cola wanted to see it before they would allow me to come tonight. It was unbelievable. I mean, people were like so weirded out about this dress, and I feel it's quite appropriate for the evening.
Roma Torre, News 12, Long Island.
What do you think, Melba?
Why?
Was it
Everybody
appropriate?
would be so startled by it.
That's Hollywood. This was the 60th annual. Think about it.
And they're planning a rally to make sure nothing goes wrong. It may be the last payday they see for a while. Scott.
Suffolk County will be giving a new police hiring exam this Saturday to thousands of potential officers.
For Saturday. So let's see what happens. Nice week anyway, Colleen.
They always time themselves out perfectly towards the weekend.
Don't they, though?
Yeah,
Just
okay.
in time for the weekend.
Right. Thanks, Roberto.
Yeah.
Comedy writer Neil Simon is back again with a film version of his hit Broadway play Biloxi Blues. It's the second installment in the writer's story of his early days, and Roma Torre is here now with a review. Roma.
Thank you, Colleen. Well, they say laughter cures most ailments, and in the case of Biloxi Blues, you'd have to be on your last legs not to benefit from its charms. I must admit I was never a fan of Neil Simon because he always seemed to lack heart. But now something's changed, and in the last few years, he's gained not only a heart, but a soul as well. And his work seems fuller and more satisfying than ever. Biloxi Blues takes place in 1945. World War II is about to end, but our heroes don't know that. They're all new recruits undergoing basic Army training in Biloxi, as it's called, Mississippi. This is clearly Neil Simon's life, and Matthew Broderick is so good as the fledgling writer, you'd swear Simon himself was inhabiting the young actor's body. Eugene Jerome, as he's known in the film, records all his experiences in a notebook. This movie is no doubt the result of those notes, and fortunately for us, Simon kept a detailed account. There are some very realistic moments in this film, and the characters all come vividly to life.
Daisy Hannigan.
I'd like you to answer when your name is called. The answer to that question is Ho. Do I make myself clear, Jerome?
Ho, yes. Ho, what? Ho, nothing.
You having trouble understanding me, Jerome?
Ho, no. I mean, no ho, Sergeant. It's just plain ho.
That's pure Simon. Of course, he can't resist the old formula of a laugh every 2 minutes and 2 laughs every 3 or something like that. But in this case, the laughs are pretty genuine, and there's even some poignancy behind them. This may not be a film for everybody. When you get right down to it, there's no political statement or timely message to be had. There is the humor, though, and on a rainy day, it's just what the doctor ordered to chase the blues away. So it's worth it.
Familiar to anybody who's been in the military.
Yeah, have you? Were you?
Yes.
Yeah, and
so
it hits a familiar chord?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Biloxi, Mississippi, huh?
Biloxi. Did I say it right?
Yeah, yeah.
And Matthew Broderick seems like he can bring any character alive. He's so good.
He's quite an actor. I'm looking forward to the 3rd installment with him in it, so it should be fun.
Okay.
Thanks, Roma.
You're welcome.
That's it for this hour. I'm Scott Hilton.
And I'm Colleen McVeigh. Stay with News 12 Long Island.
What will probably happen is we'll stay like this till...
There's probably no school system in worse financial shape than the Roosevelt District. In Part 4 of our Focus 12 report, A Costly Lesson, education editor Roma Torre is here with a look at the ailing district and its efforts to stay alive. Roma?
Thanks, Ellen. Eddie Murphy was enrolled there, and so was basketball great Dr. J. But the Roosevelt school system isn't known for its celebrity alumni. The school district is very poor, and that translates into poor performance. In fact, today the state issued its list of schools needing improvement in test scores, and Roosevelt was among them. More than half the students there are failing their Regents tests in math and writing. But school officials insist their problems all stem from lack of funds, and they point out the state is quick to hand out criticism, but it does very little to offer desperately needed aid.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
But what about the students? In 1986, the Great Neck School District spent $12,000 on each of its students. The Roosevelt School District could only afford $6,000 a student.
Do they all have the opportunity to make the same choices? I rather doubt it.
The sad fact is the Roosevelt School District is the poorest on Long Island.
We do not have large industry. We do not have large commerce in Roosevelt. Therefore, the amount of money received from the property owners is much less than in our neighboring communities.
It's frustrating. Sometimes I go home and I just sit there. And sometimes I even ask God to help me to find out what we should do next, perhaps.
Frances Goodson is president of the Roosevelt School Board. She says the inequities don't stop with the tax structure. She complains the proposed state aid for Roosevelt schools next year is intolerably low, barely a 1% increase from this year's allocation.
Over the 10 years that I've served on the Board of Education, we have never gotten such a small amount of operating aid, whereas Great Neck stands to get 6% increase. That's an inequity.
But there is some hope on the horizon. Pending in Albany is a bill to establish an equalization rate for the Roosevelt School District. If that passes, it would mean additional funds of about $1 million for the schools. That may not sound like a lot of money, but for a school system that runs on $20 million a year, $1 million is seen as a blessing. If they do get the money, one of the first areas earmarked for spending is the teaching staff.
We would like to see Roosevelt get better teachers, maintain those teachers, keep those teachers.
The teachers in Roosevelt are still lagging $4,000 to $5,000 behind our neighboring school districts. After they get a year or 2 years of experience, they go to other school districts.
But teachers have their own spending priorities.
We need more books. We need more, oh my goodness, I can go on with the field trips. I also must admit that we are making do with what we have.
Despite inadequate funds, it's that optimism that keeps the district going, and success stories can't help but become inspirational.
Once I graduate high school, I'm immediately going to the Navy, and they're going to send me to college on a scholarship for 4 years. And I come back and be a naval officer, hopefully nuclear physics.
In any school, students like William Malone are the exception. For the rest, Roosevelt school officials are doing their best to keep grades, if not spirits, high, and they're striving to be competitive with state-of-the-art equipment, from computers and word processors to advanced engineering tools and machines.
My classes, I don't have any trouble with. We have everything we need.
Of course, the problems are there. Test scores are low, and only about half the graduating seniors go on to college. But Roosevelt schools are managing to survive in the face of tremendous odds. The question is, how long can that continue?
We will not be able to afford a school district if this continues, because the surrounding school districts are pirating our teachers, and our children are falling through the cracks.
There's obviously a lot hinging on that equalization rate bill. Last year, it passed both houses in the state, but Governor Cuomo vetoed it. This year, the deadline is June 30th, and if it doesn't make it this time, school officials say they'll have to take some kind of desperate action. That's a real shame, because this is one school that deserves A's for effort. By the way, the 3 other schools listed by the state for poor performance are Hempstead High, Wyandanch High, and Hempstead Middle School.
Okay, Roma, what can we expect to hear about tomorrow in Part 5?
Okay, well, tomorrow, all this past week, Pat Dolan has been telling you about schools' complaints that so much of their budget isn't reaching the students. So I asked the question, where is it going? And I visited the Patchogue Medford School, and you'll find out the results tomorrow.
Okay, Roma, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Well, high school students wanting to human billboard today and refused to comment on the upcoming talks or the status of the program.
All week long, we've been hearing complaints from school officials that the money they receive from taxes and state aid isn't reaching the students. So just where is the money going? Our Focus 12 series, A Costly Lesson, concludes with a report by education editor Roma Torre. Roma?
Hopefully I can give you some answers. Thanks, Alan. The governor has also been complaining that students aren't getting the money, but while Mario Cuomo blames the schools for squandering the money, the schools blame Cuomo. They complain the state has imposed too many regulations on the schools, and when it comes time to making up the new budgets, the schools are finding most of their funds are already committed to expenses mandated by the state. It's a catch-22. The Patchogue Medford schools, for example, budget is going up 10%, not to fund a daycare program or a special class for gifted students. It's to pay for things such as health insurance.
In this state, we spend more per pupil on elementary and secondary education than any state in the nation. Now, we have been generous. There's no question about that. I think what we need now is to be more accountable.
The governor has a point. In the past 5 years, state aid to education has increased by 50%. And yet, what do the schools have to show for it? If the measure is an improvement in test scores, then schools on the average aren't doing very well at all. Test scores have barely improved. But education experts will argue that's an unfair measurement.
Aid to education dollars is a misnomer, because the aid to education that is presently situated is the fact that much of it, too much of it, in fact, has to go to areas that are outside of education.
The social and economic changes that have come in the last 10 and 20 years are extraordinary, and we have to address that. We keep asking for the money. We keep fighting for the money. At the same time, these costs that are out of our control are going higher and higher and higher.
The common solution is to raise taxes, but local business leaders frown on that idea, saying the economy just can't bear it.
And after a while, they will defeat themselves and there'll be no one left to tax.
The superintendent of Patchogue Medford Schools is looking at a proposed budget of $70 million for next year. But he complains much of his district's money is tangled up in a web of regulations and bureaucracy. Out of that $70 million budget, $31 million will pay teachers' salaries. The largest single increase can be blamed on health insurance.
We are, as many other school districts are, members of the Empire State Health Insurance Program. As it's turned out, a $2 million premium has become nearly $4 million in 1 year. The consequences of that have been devastating.
And then there are the operational and maintenance expenses. Windows, for example. The cost to replace windows in this elementary school was originally estimated at $180,000. That cost goes up $90,000 because of a state regulation requiring laboratory tests for asbestos.
We can look at this building and we know that it contains brick and mortar, and there are no asbestos in that material. However, my word on that is not good enough. I have to bring in an independent laboratory to test that material to certify that it is free of any asbestos, and that is the cost.
Add to that $300,000 for the mandated replacement of oil tanks, which Reed says didn't need replacing, and the cost of garbage removal.
As crazy as this may sound, next year we will spend $180,000 to remove trash from the district and $120,000 for the district's reading program. Certainly, that is out of all perspective.
And when the tallying is complete and the mandates are spent, what's left for education expenses? $3.5 million. Barely 5% of the budget is going to the students.
Gifted children suffer. Children who are considered average in their school programs suffer because they don't get the extra programs, they don't get the individual attention that's necessary to make their lives different.
Going to school these days is no longer just a simple matter of reading, writing, and arithmetic. Schools have become social agencies dealing with students' individual problems and needs, from alcohol and drug abuse to daycare. All of that costs money, lots of it. And given the unique problems within schools and school districts, educators are demanding more freedom to spend their money. What's the point of aid to education, they say, if it's not benefiting the children?
When you sit down to look at a budget, I think it's important for people to look at that budget and realize this is the children, this is our future.
Well, now, just to set the record straight, unlike the rest of New York, the majority of Long Island schools are showing marked improvement in their test scores. That's just another reason why Long Island school districts are demanding that the system be changed. The problems of urban schools aren't necessarily the same on Long Island. A lot of money is being spent on what school officials will tell you are wasteful expenses. So hopefully we can all learn from this, because it certainly has been one very costly lesson. Lee, Alan?
Thank you, Roma.
You're welcome.
Well, as we head to the weekend, Joe Chaffee is here to tell us the news is half good, half bad.
Yeah, it depends on where we can squeeze this period.
Well, anything could happen with brush fires. It's just dry. Anything can dry up. You know, when the wind blows, it dries everything very quickly, too. And it helps exacerbate the situation. You know.
So it's probably partly the wind that's a factor.
Roberto, in your thespian days, did you ever do Macbeth?
Ah, not Macbeth, no.
Not Macbeth? All right, well, we have Macbeth for you. The Murdering Macbeths, they are back again. Shakespeare's villainous couple spilling buckets of blood in a new Broadway production that stars Christopher Plummer and Glenda Jackson. And our Roma Torre is here now with a review. Roma.
Toil. I've got a good review for you. As I was leaving the theater after seeing Macbeth, I overheard a woman exclaim, "Those critics are crazy. This show is great." She's referring to the less than enthusiastic reviews for the new production of the Shakespeare classic. But really, to tell you the truth, I think she's right. There is nothing wrong with this show. Sure, it's talky, but what do you expect? There's no denying it's long and sometimes ponderous, but all of that comes with the territory. That's Shakespeare. To the show's credit, it never gets boring, though, and there's nothing wrong with the direction. It moves, it's fast-paced, and with some very minor exceptions, the performances are all splendid. Led by Christopher Plummer and Glenda Jackson, the entire cast may not bring a new interpretation to the production, but really, who cares? They're believable and sometimes even touching. It's really as good a rendering as one could hope for on Broadway. As the villainous Lady Macbeth, there's Glenda Jackson breathing fire. Her seething delivery sparks the cauldron of evil into potent force. There's Christopher Plummer as he has the more difficult task of transforming himself from a mildly ambitious soldier to a a murdering assassin, but he does it so well you can almost sympathize with him. He's the most introspective Macbeth you're likely to see, but that makes his character all the more appealing. The setting is remarkably simple and yet functional. I love the costumes, and there's even some neat special effects. This is a production worth sinking your teeth into. And never mind those nasty critics, just like the Macbeths, they just like to draw blood every once in a while.
Like to stir the cauldron,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, it's wonderful. You really enjoy it.
Good. Great.
Go see it.
You got a good writer and 2 good actors.
Yeah, how could you go wrong?
That's right.
The news continues. I'm Elba Tolliver.
And I'm Scott Feldman. Thanks for joining us. And
I'm glad to hear about the zonal change.
You like that zonal change?
Want to hear more about that.
Thanks, Roberto.
Right.
Well, Long Island Stage completes its season this year with a production of The Owl and the Pussycat. This was, as you remember, a hit Broadway show in the 60s that eventually made it to the screen with Barbra Streisand and George Segal. News 12's Roma Torre is here now to tell us if the new production gets a meow or a growl.
Maybe a hiss. Well, we'll see. It's a very tame Owl and the Pussycat that's being offered at Long Island Stage. In fact, it's downright dull. Now, that's not to downgrade the production, but it is a criticism of the play. From a theater company that strives to give Long Islanders the very best theater available, why are they doing The Owl and the Pussycat? I can understand they want to produce for a wider audience, but that does not mean compromising their standards. Surely there are better shows out there with a popular appeal. It's not Long Island dinner theater we want, so I say, please, Long Island Stage, just stick to what you do best. Now, as for the production, as usual, it's well acted. I have no complaints. It's nicely directed. Sets, costumes, and lights are all perfectly appropriate. It's about a relationship between 2 people from completely different walks of life. He's a bookstore clerk and she's a prostitute. The conflict occurs when the 2 lie about their identities. He sees himself as an intellectual writer and she insists she's an actress. It's all treated in a superfluous way with silly dialogue and a TV sitcom for a plot. Just imagine Neil Simon without the humor, and that's the show. And we've
That's a definite hiss. Thanks for joining us. The news.
Say, isn't that Roger McDowell of the champion New York Mets going in?
To see different. Thanks very much. Roberto, what do you have to say for yourself? Your second change.
You like that zonal change?
Want to hear more about that.
Thanks, Roberto.
Right.
Well, Long Island Stage completes its season this year with a production of The Owl and the Pussycat. This was, as you remember, a hit Broadway show in the 60s that eventually made it to the screen with Barbra Streisand and George Segal. News 12's Roma Torre is here now to tell us if the new production gets a meow or a growl.
Maybe a hiss. Well, we'll see. It's a very tame Owl and the Pussycat that's being offered at Long Island Stage. In fact, it's downright dull. Now, that's not to downgrade the production, but it is a criticism of the play. From a theater company that strives to give Long Islanders the very best theater available, why are they doing The Owl and the Pussycat? I can understand they want to produce for a wider audience, but that does not mean compromising their standards. Surely there are better shows out there with a popular appeal. It's not Long Island dinner theater we want, so I say, please, Long Island Stage, just stick to what you do best. Now, as for the production, as usual, it's well acted. I have no complaints. It's nicely directed. Sets, costumes, and lights are all perfectly appropriate. It's about a relationship between 2 people from completely different walks of life. He's a bookstore clerk and she's a prostitute. The conflict occurs when the 2 lie about their identities. He sees himself as an intellectual writer and she insists she's an actress. It's all treated in a superfluous way with silly dialogue and a TV sitcom for a plot. Just imagine Neil Simon without the humor, and that's the show, and we've got to get going.
That's a definite hiss. Thanks for joining us. The news continues. I'm Scott Feldman.
And I'm Elba Tolliver. See you.
Here we go again.
Don't worry, relax. You'll see they have
of the matter. As for Miller, he's next to Log Talk. News 12, Long Island.
have a lot more to lose. How much more can we afford to lose?
Tough question. We can't afford to lose anything, and that's really what the problem is. When you speak of budgets, when they speak of a budget in Albany, there's the number of dollars that will be allocated to education. When you speak of budgets on the local level, it's the amount of money that the taxpayer is not necessarily willing to give, but is capable of giving for exactly the same thing. When you get into the school itself, what happens is, how do you use those dollars for each individual child? Because it's each individual child that we're educating. And what happens is, when you start to lump things together, you lose the sight of the individual. Albany has an awful lot of things that they have to budget. They allocate state aid to education. That only works in the sense of mass payment. Aid to education is really more than just a financial item in a budget. The amount of money that the state is willing to put into education is really its philosophy and its commitment to what education means to the state and to the future of the state.
Well, by their indication, what kind of signals are we getting?
We have been getting signals as of late, in the past few years, with its increase, I think has been a response to the national push for more importance in education. But it's a creeping dollar. They have to play it from the political game that indicates we can't raise the taxes more than that which is acceptable, at least to the general public. At the local level, we have to take that into the same consideration, but even more so. Because when we do it at the local level, as you was indicated on the tape, what happens is that we are in a position of possibly forcing people out of their homes. School districts are not insensitive to that. Right now, many school districts are making, passing resolutions that will give senior citizens abatement. Depending on the amount of income that they have, they can get abatement up to 50%, which will allow them to pay only half of their school taxes. It is not our desire to push them out. We have a commitment to them as everyone else, but we also have a commitment to the children. How do you weigh the two of them? It is extremely difficult. The mandated part of the budget is approximately 90%. No matter what happens, if we are to meet the commitments that are placed on us, and it's not only in education, but in the things that are mandated that never reach the classroom, we will have to expend at least that amount of dollars.
Well, that's tough. We're obviously at the breaking point then.
We are at the breaking point if the state is not prepared to continue to recognize the need of the local communities. I would say that the Long Island legislators, this past budget fight, Long Island legislators certainly stood up tall and strong, indicating the need on Long Island. And I think Long Island is really a good example, because Long Island indicates what it is when local communities really are interested in education, and they want their children educated. And if the money is not going to come from the state, if it is not going to come from the federal government, they're not going to sacrifice their children and the children's future for that. So therefore, they keep pushing it.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break right now. When we come back, we're going to find out how one school district, the Patchogue-Medford School District, is coping with the problems. We'll be back.
Hey, Four Eyes, you must have been to Sterling for those wise eyes, 'cause you're looking like a million and you ain't no millionaire.
I was worried about my eyesight, so I had my eyes examined by the professionals at Sterling Optical. All it took was a new prescription to put my mind at ease.
Hey, wise eyes, you always know the smartest thing to do. Sterling's for those wise eyes like you.
The Australian Country Inn and Gardens, for a taste of Down Under on top. A Butte restaurant nestled into the wooded hillside with lots of picture windows. At the Boomerang Bar, we have the best live music and dancing, never a cover or a minimum. Talk about the best mates. Ever had a didgeridoo or a koala cooler? Weekdays, a super buffet luncheon, only $6.95 sport. For a taste of Down Under on top, mates. Come to the Australian Country Inn.
Your neighbors are talking about News 12 Long Island.
When I watch News 12, I get the news. They don't make the news, they give you the news, and that's what I like.
It's always nice to know what the weather's going to do.
I think it's an excellent station as far as Long Island coverage.
I like the high school sports they have on no other channel, and it keeps you up to date what's going on in the courthouse.
Long Islanders have found a news source of their own. News 12 Long Island.
News 12 is my channel.
Okay, if you just joined us, we're talking to Harris Dinkoff, who's the president of the Nassau-Suffolk School Board Association. Mr. Dinkoff, when we hear that there is a $32 million cut in funding to Long Island schools, it sounds like Long Island is being persecuted. Is it that bad everywhere else?
No, I don't think that it is. Sure, there are other districts or other parts of the state that will be suffering, but I think Long Island has a special problem. First, as I've indicated before, its commitment to education and not looking to cut back on it. It is also in the proximity of New York City. It has the high living costs. It has many expenses that other districts, other parts of the state do not have. It has the influx of immigrants, second languages involved. While we are suburbs, we still have a lot of what you would call the problems of the large city. The closer you are to the city, you have the overflow of that. And Long Island has made it its commitment, if you will, not to give up on these children and not to look at them as second-class citizens, but in fact, to give every child, wherever possible, as good an education as the community can afford to give. Some communities can afford to give more, some not, and that's always a problem.
But with that much of a cut in funding, it sounds like Albany is giving up on Long Island or doesn't think Long Island deserves any more help.
There is a general perception that Long Island spends too much. There is a general... Do we spend too much? I don't know what you would call too much. More and more is being demanded in education. It isn't how much we want, it's how much we need. And if in fact we are the benchmark for good education, and we think that we are, then perhaps the rest of the state should be joining us in what we're doing in education rather than taking away from us, so that there is a sense of leveling to mediocrity rather than leveling up to the kind of good education that should be emulated.
Let's take a look at our second report. Now, this is an opportunity to find out exactly where a school's budget is going. Where is the money allocated and who is losing out? I took a look at the Patchogue-Medford School District, and here's what happened.
In this state, we spend more per pupil on elementary and secondary education than any state in the nation. Now, we have been generous. There's no question about that. I think what we need now is to be more accountable.
The governor has a point. In the past 5 years, state aid to education has increased by 50%. And yet, what do the schools have to show for it? If the measure is an improvement in test scores, then schools on the average aren't doing very well at all. Test scores have barely improved. But education experts will argue that's an unfair measurement.
Aid to education dollars is a misnomer, because the aid to education that is presently situated is the fact that much of it, too much of it, in fact, has to go to areas that are outside of education.
The social and economic changes that have come in the last 10 and 20 years are extraordinary, and we have to address that. We keep asking for the money, we keep fighting for the money. At the same time, these costs that are out of our control are going higher and higher and higher.
The common solution is to raise taxes, but local business leaders frown on that idea, saying the economy just can't bear it.
After a while, they will defeat themselves and there'll be no one left to tax.
The superintendent of Patchogue-Medford Schools is looking at a proposed budget of $70 million for next year. But he complains much of his district's money is tangled up in a web of regulations and bureaucracy. Out of that $70 million budget, $31 million will pay teachers' salaries. The largest single increase can be blamed on health insurance.
We are, as many other school districts are, members of the Empire State Health Insurance Program. As it's turned out, A $2 million premium has become nearly $4 million in 1 year. The consequences of that have been devastating.
And then there are the operational and maintenance expenses. Windows, for example. The cost to replace windows in this elementary school was originally estimated at $180,000. That cost goes up $90,000 because of a state regulation requiring laboratory tests for asbestos.
We can look at this building and we know that it contains brick and mortar, and there are no asbestos in that material. However, my word on that is not good enough. I have to bring in an independent laboratory to test that material to certify that it is free of any asbestos, and that is the cost.
Add to that $300,000 for the mandated replacement of oil tanks, which Reed says didn't need replacing, and the cost of garbage removal.
As crazy as this may sound, next year we will spend $180,000 to remove trash from the district and $120,000 for the district's reading program. Certainly, that is out of all perspective.
And when the tallying is complete and the mandates are spent, what's left for education expenses? $3.5 million. Barely 5% of the budget is going to the students.
Gifted children suffer. Children who are considered average in their school programs suffer because they don't get the extra programs, they don't get the individual attention that's necessary to make their lives different.
Going to school these days is no longer just a simple matter of reading, writing, and arithmetic. Schools have become social agencies dealing with students' individual problems and needs, from alcohol and drug abuse to daycare. All of that costs money, lots of it. And given the unique problems within schools and school districts, educators are demanding more freedom to spend their money. What's the point of aid to education, they say, if it's not benefiting the children?
When you sit down to look at a budget, I think it's important for people to look at that budget and realize this is the children, this is our future.
So, wow, you really, that is a baffling amount, percentage. 5% of that school district's budget is going directly to the students. That's pretty shocking, isn't it?
That's aid to education, right?
Yes.
Where's the other 95% come from? Aid to education.
And we're not getting it.
And when the governor and legislators speak about the fact that aid to education has increased by X numbers of millions of dollars, once again, how much of it is aid to education? Perhaps there is a time when the budget should be allocated in a sense of that which is really going to the classroom, and a part of the budget not termed aid to education, which is, once again, a misnomer, but monies to be allocated for other things that are necessary for running the plant of the school itself.
All right, we're going to have to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll talk about the actual money that's going into the classroom and is that needed. We'll be right back.
When you want Mercedes-Benz, you want Lakeview Auto of Rockville Center. No one knows more about Mercedes than Lakeview. With the East Coast's #1 service department, Lakeview gives your Mercedes the attention it deserves. Lakeview's award-winning technicians utilize the latest computerized equipment for your precision driving machine. Choose from a variety of exquisite models and drive toward perfection with a Mercedes from Lakeview Auto. What others offer only now, we've been practicing for years.
Would you like to see your money grow? Why not watch it really bloom with a special customer rate CD from Union Savings Bank? Our high interest rates are compounded daily to give you even higher annual yields. Yet your investment is safe and secure because your deposit is fully insured up to $100,000 by the FDIC. At our current rates, your money will grow quickly. It's just one of the many benefits of being a Union Savings Bank customer. Union Savings Bank, Long Island's business and personal bank.
Come on, Rick, we're going to be late for the game.
Sorry, Brian, I had to put on my favorite shirt.
Hey, Rick, hold my soda for a minute.
Sure, Brian. Whoa, you're going to make me spill it.
I wouldn't do that. Besides, the vehicles from Van Buren GMC offer a smooth ride on any surface, from parking lots to back lots. And no one knows your GM truck better. No one. Remember, anything cars can do, Van Buren can do better. See, I told you everything would be okay. Let's go.
All right, we're back with Harris Dinkoff, president of the Nassau-Suffolk School Boards Association. And now we're going to take a look at our final piece of the day. And that has to do with the inequities built into the system. Why are some schools getting so much more than others? And really, is that fair? We'll take a look at that right now.
Good ideas that I could do in the classroom that really don't have a chance to get to. We just skim the surface.
Candace Saplavy is sure her children are missing a lot by getting only 2.5 hours of kindergarten per day. But the William Floyd school system doesn't have the space to expand the program.
Let's just go over the answers really quick.
Over at the high school, hundreds of students are learning in portable classrooms put up several years ago to save money. Some class sizes are too large, and crowding is so bad that lunch periods begin just after 9 o'clock.
You try to eat a cheeseburger at 9 o'clock in the morning, you should more have like a breakfast special.
This is my 3rd year in the high school, and each year it has gotten progressively worse.
District officials are hoping to build a new $32 million high school, possibly with as much as 70% paid for by the state. But no one is sure how taxpayers will react.
It's a matter of dollars, quite honestly, and good education costs money.
William Floyd is what the experts call property poor. No large shopping malls, no industrial parks, no power plants to take the tax burden off working-class homeowners. But just down the road, it's a much different story. Shoreham-Wading River is Long Island's Cadillac School District. Computer rooms in every school, a television studio, a cavernous library, and class sizes well below average. Lilco's Shoreham plant provides more than 90% of the district's tax income. And while school officials acknowledge the inequity, they are making no apologies.
There are lots of school districts that have huge shopping centers, factories. Several other districts have large Lilco plants. All of them receive revenue from those facilities. And that's the way the tax laws are written for funding public education.
But critics say the tax laws are unfair, and they point to Shoreham as an example. Shoreham residents pay 94 cents in school taxes for every $100 their homes are worth. That's about a quarter of the tax rate for the William Floyd School District. But Shoreham spends more than twice as much per pupil as William Floyd, all because of the Lilco plant.
They're really giving lip service to the concept of equal educational opportunity for all.
It's not just Brookhaven Town. Experts say all of Long Island is a hodgepodge of have and have-not school districts. So-called property-poor communities are supposed to get enough extra state aid to help them compete with their wealthy neighbors. But nobody is giving that system high grades.
My physics teacher was very good, and so was my chemistry teacher, and they had to leave for more money.
Students at Levittown's MacArthur High School see nothing fair about the system at all. Because of its small tax base, Levittown can't afford to pay teachers as much as other Long Island districts, and many of the best teachers have been moving on.
All over the school, the kids generally will probably feel that, they're being cheated of their education.
Over the past 15 years, half a dozen court decisions and study panels have called for a change. But what kind of change? Some experts are pushing a form of county or statewide income tax dedicated to education. Another plan would be to regionalize property wealth so that big tax receipts from a mall or a plant in one school district could be shared by other school districts nearby.
An area such as the Massapequa Mall, everybody in the county shops there. We keep that alive. So therefore, there should be some reflection to the other districts that Massapequa Mall is there.
But observers say year after year, state legislators have steered away from sweeping reforms because of the political dangers involved.
Many of the members of the legislative body are elected from property wealth school districts, and it would be political suicide for those representatives to vote to change a system that really would be taking money from the property wealthy districts and giving it to the property poor districts.
Anytime you try to change a system, you create panic and possibly civil war in a situation such as this.
After more than a decade of studies and proposals, some educators think another lawsuit is the only way the system will ever be reformed, leaving it to the courts to put equal opportunity back into Long Island classrooms.
Well, that's real frustrating. It's a catch-22 situation. Now, Pat raised one possible solution, regionalization, sort of sharing the wealth. In your opinion, is that feasible?
It's feasible. Whether it would be acceptable to the various communities as indicated, that is questionable. I think what is happening in situations like that is you're starting to pit one district against another, and they're starting to become competitors with each other as to the kind of education that takes place, to whether they can get the better teachers, whether they can run the better programs. Each district wants to run the best that it can. I think it has to really go beyond that. Just as the state mandates educational programs that they feel are necessary to graduate, to have a good basic education, I think the state has to be prepared to also equalize the amount of dollars that it puts into the various localities. When I say that, I mean that it shouldn't be to the detriment of districts that are in the wealthier areas, but they should be bringing up the poorer areas to that level. It should never be removed from any district that wishes to add additional dollars to that, if they have the capability of doing it, to increase that education. That's what local education is all about, and local control of that education is all about.
That's only one solution. We've got hundreds more that are needed, unfortunately.
Yes.
And it's not here where we're going to answer it.
That's only because we have 100 problems.
Yeah, right, at least. Well, that's it for this half hour of Long Island Education Today. My thanks to Harris Dinkoff of the Nassau-Suffolk School Boards Association. We raised a lot of and we'll have solutions. Thanks for watching.
Long Islanders are soon going to be voting on school budgets, and those are for next year. And with big tax increases expected, the voting is not going to be easy. Now, to help residents make their decisions, News 12's education editor, Roma Torre, is here with a report. Roma?
Okay, Melba, thanks. When it's the month of May, you can be sure of at least one thing. It is time for school districts to vote on their budgets, and that inevitably means proposed tax increases. This is a tremendous year for schools. Every district is facing some sort of tax increase, from 2% to as much as 20%, and perhaps even more. The big problems are government-mandated expenses. The Empire Health Insurance Plan is one of them. That's up 63% this year. Asbestos removal is costing big bundles, and many schools are forced to replace underground oil tanks this year. That's causing a big cash crunch, and taxpayers are being forced to bear the brunt. The first round of district voting gets underway this Wednesday, and today and tomorrow we'll give you a preview of some of the more interesting issues and races. Today we'll focus on Nassau schools. 20 districts in Nassau will be voting Wednesday, and here is some of them. Franklin Square District is facing an 8% tax increase. One of the school board seats there is being hotly contested. The district is asking taxpayers for $330,000 to replace 3 fuel tanks. In Belmore, there's a proposed tax hike of 7%. At issue is $3 million for renovations and, of course, asbestos abatement. Belmore Merrick Central High School is also facing a 7% hike. That includes $500,000 for a capital improvement project bond. Elmont school taxes could go up. At stake, could go up 8%. At stake is a $6.6 million bond issue to fund new roofs, oil tanks, and boilers. Merrick taxpayers could be paying 16% more for next year. The big issue there is a program to bus all students regardless of their distance from school. That'll cost $135,000 more. West Hempstead taxpayers can't complain too much. They're looking at a 3% tax hike. That money would be used to provide more bus transportation for children in kindergarten through the 3rd grade. And from the smallest increase to the largest, North Belmore school officials are asking taxpayers to cough up an unprecedented 19% more for taxes this year. And now for more on the North Belmore district, News 12's Jean McGregor has a report.
And a smile means friendship to everyone.
On Wednesday, parents of these students will be among 20,000 North Belmore registered voters given the option to vote for or against the new school budget. If it passes, it will mean a 19% tax rate increase. Bad news for senior citizens.
It will be terrible. All I live on is the Social Security, and that'll be awful.
And what does a 19% tax rate increase mean in dollars and cents? According to school officials, the average house in North Belmore is assessed at $7,000, which means a $200 increase per house. What happens if the voters strike down the budget and don't vote for it?
All right, basically what will happen is you're going to affect new library books, equipment for the children, basic equipment for their reading, for their math. You're also going to affect the transportation.
So the state-mandated programs will go through anyway, and the quality of education will go down if it's voted against?
Yes, it will.
And it includes the elementary kids and the high school in the vote. You know.
Parents are educating each other on the pros and cons of the new school budget, and those with schooled children feel the increase is a necessary evil.
I don't foresee having an increase in my salary that would really afford me to pay more taxes, but I certainly want my child to have the best.
Included in the new budget is a 7% salary increase for North Belmore teachers. Also, the highly controversial state-mandated Empire health insurance policy. The new health insurance means a 63% increase in the school budget and could be the single factor the budget is voted down.
I think it's unconscionable that we have to pay for that increase, and it's really unfair.
While North Belmore may have one of the highest tax rate increases percentage-wise, according to the superintendent, the taxes here are still on the low side in Nassau County.
We are at $17.76 per $100 of assessed valuation to the taxpayer. That is very low. That's approximately the 8th to 9th lowest in Nassau County.
One solution to the increase, say Belmore residents, is for the state to increase its share of funds.
You should petition your congressman and your state senator representative, and he should be for more state aid, and also the county.
Well, that sounds like a no-win situation. If the residents in North Belmore or any of the other school districts reject their proposed budgets, that doesn't necessarily mean it's all over. The school boards can resubmit their budgets for new votes, or they can revise their proposals. Now, if there's a real problem in the district, what they could do is opt for an austerity budget. Now, that wouldn't require voter approval, but it would mean eliminating after-school programs, athletic events, and transportation. In other words, that would mean some very big sacrifices. Tomorrow, we'll hear about the Suffolk school districts.
Things look about the same for Suffolk in terms of...
Yes, it's about the same.
In state aid, I read some figures, used to be 65% of the schools. Now they're 35%. But at the same time, the state is saying to the school districts in Nassau and Suffolk and everywhere else, here's what you've got to do. A, B, C, D. They've put a gun to their heads in terms of education and other
spend
ideas.
more, but get less help.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating.
Thanks, Roma.
Sure.
Presidential politics now. Well, the candidates are pledging their platform.
Tender roast beef, accompanied by potatoes francais.
Holmes?
Sir?
Totally awesome, dude.
Awesome indeed, sir.
Roy's regular-sized roast beef sandwich, plus medium fries and a 15-ounce drink.
That attack, the doctors say he may have permanent nerve damage.
The fate of 4 school districts in Suffolk County on the line tonight. Taxpayers from the Fishers Island, Sagaponack, Sayville, and New Suffolk districts are voting all day, and tomorrow there'll be elections in 15 more districts. News 12's education editor Roma Torre is here now with a preview for us.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Well, there are more tax hikes in store for Long Island school districts. In tomorrow's batch, taxpayers are bracing for increases ranging from 3% to 17%. Here's some of what's happening in Nassau County. Baldwin schools are seeking an 8% tax hike. Taxpayers will be voting on a bond issue there. It's $800,000 for fuel tank replacements. Once again, that is a state-mandated expense. That means they have to pay for it. Syosset taxes could go up 7%. There's also a proposition there. The school board is seeking the authority to consider contract bidding for transportation. The Wantagh School District is currently on an austerity budget. It's seeking a tax increase of close to 9%, but that doesn't include teachers' salaries. They're still being negotiated. It could be much more than that. But it'll be do or die in Wantagh tomorrow. School board members there have decided to accept the outcome of the very first vote. That's tomorrow's vote. That means if the budget is rejected tomorrow, it'll be one more year of austerity. In Suffolk County, Laurel taxpayers will have to consider a hike as much as 17%. In the Springs District, there's another potential for a big tax increase, 15%. The district is seeking $8,000 to send some students to parochial schools in Riverhead. And the Carle Place District is facing a tax hike of 13%. For more now on the Carle Place District, we go to a report from Taryn Gottlieb.
How many of you would vote for it tomorrow? Everybody? How many would vote against it?
If the social studies class at Carl Place Senior High School had its way, next year's school budget would pass unanimously. 2 years ago, when the budget didn't pass, many programs were temporarily cut, and they didn't like it.
They didn't have summer rec, and they didn't have driver's ed, and a lot of the things got pushed back. Like, we almost didn't have any sports and stuff.
I don't pay taxes, but my parents do, and so I'm for it, and I think they're against it.
If these kids did pay taxes, they might have a different view. How do you feel about the budget?
I feel that it's not fair for the taxpayers of Carl Place that every year they keep raising it.
I feel it's very high, but if we vote it down, we'll lose a lot of stuff for the school district.
Carl Place is asking voters to pass a $14 million school budget, 15.8% higher than last year. It's a budget that would raise taxes by 13%. That's an average of $210 to $240 per house. School supervisor Albert Acera says, like most school districts this year, the bulk of the Carl Place budget goes to paying unavoidable costs, like a state-mandated asbestos check, capital improvements to fix leaky roofs and replace an oil tank, and a big hike in their insurance costs.
This is a small district with a relatively small budget, an increase of almost 80% over a year and a half, just in health insurance, has hit us to the tune of almost $500,000.
If it were not for mandated costs, the Carl Place school budget would be up only 8.1% this year, and that's about the same as the school budget that passed last year.
How many of you are registered to vote?
Only 1/2 of this class is old enough to vote. Even with their support, school officials won't make any predictions on whether the budget will pass or not. In Carl Place, Taryn Gottlieb, News 12, Long Island.
Even if this year's budget doesn't pass, Carl Place can look forward to a small nest egg. The district was recently awarded a $75,000 state legislative grant to help pay for programs already in existence, such as their computer labs. In the present budget, there is a moratorium on the creation of any new programs, so you can see how that budget is all bare bones. Tomorrow, I'll have the results from today's elections. Melba?
Okay, very good, Roma. Thanks. Nassau police tonight are investigating a car bombing in North Massapequa. An explosion destroyed the car and the resulting flames damaged the carport.
Seniors took part in discussions on the power of the media, and on hand to help lead the talks was News 12's Roma Torre.
Honestly, I think they should be able to do you guys? Her source at CBS.
I was amazed at the intelligence of some of these high school students, how well they're acquainted with things that are going around.
Our opinions are pretty much the same.
Were you surprised by that?
Yeah, I was, because, you know, I figured that older they'd be more conservative, but a lot of them are pretty liberal.
The children were lovely, very nice, and I think that we kind of had our mind opened by this conversation.
And after the discussion, students prepared and served a special lunch, and the event closed with a dance.
If you want to chill out with a new air conditioner this summer, make sure it's
raising the curtain on 50 years of Hollywood. Now there's a cable channel that brings you all the magic of Hollywood movies. American movie classics, all classics, only classics. Legendary stars in their brightest performances every day of the week, uncut and without commercials. So raise the curtain on 50 years of classic movies in your living room. Watch American Movie Classics.
Call your local cable operator today.
Are you in the 2nd grade this fall? Then you can be in Cub Scouts, just like the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. We have lots of fun. We play games and sports and participate in outdoor activities. We learn new skills and receive awards for them. So contact your Boy Scouts of America Council and join us in the fun.
In business news, top officials at the Federal Reserve are said to feel that the current concern about a return of inflation is real. They say there are signs that the economy may be at a turning point, and they believe they need to nudge up short-term interest rates to head off inflation. On Wall Street, the Dow Industrials edged back above the 2,000 mark, closing up more than 6 points. Volume was light, just over 131 million shares. On the exchange overall, advancing issues barely outpaced decliners. The dollar closed lower against most foreign currencies, and on the New York Commodities Exchange, the precious metals closed higher. Gold was up $2.80 at $450.10 an ounce, and silver was up a dime an ounce to $6.57.
In Merrick, it was senior meeting senior, as well as junior and sophomore. Senior citizens and students from Calhoun High School participated in an intergeneration program. It was the 6th year for the event, sponsored by the Merrick Senior Center. 100 students and seniors took part in discussions on the power of the media, and on hand to help lead the talks was News 12's Roma Torre.
Honestly, I think they should be able to do you guys? Her source at CBS.
I was amazed at the intelligence of some of these high school students, how well they're acquainted with things that are going around.
Our opinions are pretty much the same.
Were you surprised by that?
Yeah, I was, because, you know, I figured that older they'd be more conservative, but a lot of them are pretty liberal.
The children were lovely, very nice, and I think that we kind of had our mind opened by this conversation.
And after the discussion, students prepared and served a special lunch, and the event closed with a dance.
If you want to chill out with a new air conditioner this summer, make sure it's energy efficient. Our consumer reporter, Benita...
was issued despite town board resolutions that barred the use of the buildings. The Atomic Safety and Licensing Board is going to hold 6 weeks of public hearings on this issue, starting Monday in Hauppauge.
The Suffolk legislature has passed the first video display terminal bill of its kind in the country. And as News 12's Colleen McVeigh reports, the measure to grant employees better working conditions is not without controversy.
Legislative body. Yes, and I'd like to congratulate Legislator Foley. The bill is passed.
With 13 yes votes, 2 no, and 3 abstentions, the landmark legislation was adopted. If signed by the county executive, it will set standards for companies with more than 20 VDTs and for employees who work at the terminals for more than 26 hours a week. Now, those employees will get 15-minute breaks every 3 hours, and their companies will have to pay for 80% of the cost of eye exams. The law also regulates what kind of chairs and lighting can be used in the office.
I'm really happy about it. Maybe people won't have to go through what I've been going through for so long.
What have you been going through?
I've had to have carpal tunnel surgery on my right wrist. I have to have it on my left wrist, and I probably have to have it again on my right wrist because continuous doing what I'm doing has just, not healed properly.
Sue Gledhall is a 14-year veteran at New York Tel. She and a coworker were in the minority at the public hearing before the vote. They pushed for the legislation, claiming VDTs have been hazardous to their health. On the other side, business people dominated the day, arguing the law will make Suffolk County less competitive and cost the county thousands of jobs.
And our concern is it's great to protect people's jobs and safety, but you can't protect that job in Suffolk County when that job is in Houston, Texas, or that job is in Florida, or that job is in Georgia, or that job is in Pennsylvania.
The bill's sponsor, John Foley, disputed those predictions, calling them nothing more than a knee-jerk reaction.
The same thing was said recently about the plastic bill. It was said about our tamper-proof legislation. Every single time that we do something like this, these people come forward with the same thing.
So it's
time they learned a lesson.
You don't think the county is going to lose thousands of jobs because of this?
That is ridiculous.
Colleen McVeigh, News 12, Long Island.
County Executive Patrick Halpin has 30 days to act on that bill, and a public hearing on the matter will be held in the next 2 weeks.
Well, taxpayers voting in 4 school district elections gave unanimous ayes to their proposed school budgets. And News 12's education editor, Roma Torre, is here. She's got those results as well as a preview of 15 districts holding elections today.
Okay, thanks, Carol. All 4 districts voting yesterday are in Suffolk County and all have newly approved budgets. On Fisher's Island, it'll mean a 4% increase next year. Greg Thibodeau and Jim Thompson were elected to the school board. In Sagaponack, taxes are due to rise less than 1%. By the way, there are just 9 students in that entire district, and it's one of the state's only one-room schoolhouses. It is red indeed. Lisa Thayer was elected to the school board. In Sayville, taxpayers will be paying 9% more in taxes next year. All 3 of the candidates endorsed by the teachers union won their bids for the school board. They are Ronald Haynes, William Geikel, and Gerard Corrado. And in New Suffolk, with just 15 students in that district, voters approved a 10% increase. As for today's elections, there are 15 districts voting throughout the island. Here's a brief preview of some of those races. First, we'll see what's happening in Suffolk County. Baldwin schools are seeking an 8% tax hike. Taxpayers will be voting on a bond issue there. It's $800,000 for fuel tank replacements. Once again, that's a state-mandated expense. They have to pay for it. Syosset taxes could go up 7%. There's also a proposition there. The school board is seeking the authority to consider contract bidding for transportation. The Wantagh School District is currently on an austerity budget. It's seeking a tax increase of close to 9%, but that doesn't include teachers' salaries. They're still being negotiated. But it'll be do or die in Wantagh. School board members there have decided to accept the outcome of the first vote. That means if the budget is rejected, it'll be one more year of austerity. In Suffolk County, Laurel taxpayers will have to consider a hike as much as 17%. In the Springs District, there's another potential for a big tax increase, 15% there. The district is seeking $8,000 to send some students to parochial school in Riverhead. And the Carle Place District is facing a tax hike of 13%. For more now on the Carle Place District, we go to a report from Taryn Gottlieb.
How many of you would vote for it tomorrow? Everybody? How many would vote against it?
If the social studies class at Carle Place Senior High School had its way, next year's school budget would pass unanimously. 2 years ago, when the budget didn't pass, many programs were temporarily cut, and they didn't like it.
They didn't have summer rec, and they didn't have driver's ed, and a lot of the things got pushed back. Like, we almost didn't have any sports and stuff.
I don't pay taxes, but my parents do, and so I'm for it, and I think they're against it.
If these kids did pay taxes, they might have a different view. How do you feel about the budget?
I feel that it's not fair for the taxpayers of Carle Place that every year they keep raising it.
I feel it's very high, but if we vote it down, we'll lose a lot of stuff for the school district.
Carle Place is asking voters to pass a $14 million school budget, 15.8% higher than last year. It's a budget that would raise taxes by 13%. That's an average of $210 to $240 per house. School supervisor Albert Acera says, like most school districts this year, the bulk of the Carle Place budget goes to paying unavoidable costs, like a state-mandated asbestos check, capital improvements to fix leaky roofs and replace an oil tank, and a big hike in their insurance costs.
This is a small district with a relatively small budget, an increase of almost 80% over a year and a half, just in health insurance, has hit us to the tune of almost $500,000.
If it were not for mandated costs, the Carle Place school budget would be up only 8.1% this year, and that's about the same as the school budget that passed last year.
How many of you are registered to vote?
Only 1/2 of this class is old enough to vote. Even with their support, school officials won't make any predictions on whether the budget will pass or not. In Carle Place, Taryn Gottlieb, News 12, Long Island.
Even if the Carle Place taxpayers reject the budget, the district can at least count on a small nest egg. The district was awarded recently a $75,000 state legislative grant to help pay for programs already in existence, such as their computer labs. In the current budget, there's a moratorium on the creation of any new programs, so you can see that is a budget without any fat at all. Tomorrow, I'll have the results from the 15 districts voting today. Carol, Alan?
Isn't it interesting? We have a small little red schoolhouse on Long Island.
In Sagaponack, and that is one of 3 one-room schoolhouses left in the entire state. The other one is in Wainscott.
And they've got 9 kids in that district.
9 kids in Sagaponack, 15 in Wainscott.
And you said that 3 kids dropped out of the Sagaponack
They started the year in September with 12 enrolled and 3 moved out. They're down to 9.
That's something. Thank you very much, Roma.
You're welcome.
And up next, meteorologist Joe Chaffee says there'll be slow improvement in the weather. His forecast for the week up next.
I tell you, Billy Martin's not happy unless he's making headlines, huh? Well, Texas police are now saying that Billy is lying about what happened in Texas. Long Island, what do you think of the latest Billy Martin fiasco? We asked. Here's what you're saying.
My name is Thomas Hans. I'm from Bethpage. And no, I do not believe that that's how it happened. I believe that maybe he fell in there, but that's about it.
For us, it is a deal that can't be beat.
So you want to be a doctor? These Adelphi students are still in their teens, and they prefer to be dentists and optometrists. And as long as they maintain a 3.3 average, they're guaranteed to be out and practicing in 7 years.
About 6 years ago, we realized there was going to be a terrific shortage of dentists.
And indeed, there were a reduction in the number of people applying to dental schools. So we started a 7-year program.
As an incentive to students, not only does it guarantee admission to the prestigious Tufts Dental or SUNY Optometry School, it saves a year of study and about $100,000 in education costs.
It also can enable us to concentrate on our specific career because we know it's there for us.
Plus you'll be working 1 year earlier, so you're saving the money from the college, plus you'll be earning a year's salary while you're working, so it's a lot of money that you're saving. It's that 1 year makes a really big difference.
One of the weaknesses of the program is that a lot of high school students are not really aware of it, nor are they aware of the need for dentists and optometrists, and we hope through programs of this sort we can make them aware.
Still, admission standards are very high. Only about 15% of those who apply are accepted.
They say the dental field is small, but if it is, they're going to have you want the patients to come to you, and that's the way you do it, and pass the savings on to them. Both benefit by it.
Acceptance to the Adelphi program is practically a guarantee to a very lucrative profession. Estimates are that by the time the students are out practicing in their first year, they'll be making an annual salary of $300,000. That's sure to fill a cavity in any bank account. At Adelphi, I'm Roma Torre, News 12, Long Island.
And if you're superstitious, perhaps today was not the day to go to your dentist.
On July 8th.
Okay. Speed the Plow, that's the name of a new play by the award-winning writer David Mamet, but it might also be known as the Madonna play because it features the superstar singer in her stage debut. Roma Torre is here now.
Okay,
with the word.
You want to know how she is. So how is she? That has become an even hotter question since the initial reviews of Madonna's performance were mostly pretty bad. In fact, they were worse than that. One critic said she doesn't even belong on the stage. Well, I disagree. Madonna is not a bad actress. I even wrote that 3 times in my notes because, after all I had heard, I needed substantial proof. I also concluded the problems connected to Madonna's character are not the fault of Madonna. I blame the writer, David Mamet. The part isn't well written, and I bet you even Meryl Streep would have had a tough time making it work. Speed the Plow is about a couple of movie industry bigwigs planning the production of a schlocky film script. Ron Silver plays a desperate man trying to get the head of production, played by Joe Mantegna, to green-light the script, as they say. An okay by Mantegna represents millions of dollars in their pockets, and in the greedy jungle of Hollywood, money, Mamet says, is God.
You're a bought and paid for whore, and you think you're a ballerina because you work with your legs.
That's classic Mamet. Enter Madonna's character, a sweet secretarial temporary who insists that's not the way it should be, and she tries to persuade Mantegna to greenlight another script instead. It's an interesting premise, but the problem is that Mamet put all his expert writing skills into the parts of the men and left poor Madonna without much to do. If you've ever seen other Mamet plays, there is always a typical character. It's usually a man. He swears a lot and talks fast in a kind of rhythm. It's very catchy but limited. Women characters don't work half as well in Mamet plays, and Madonna is just the latest example. Still, for what's there and problems aside, this is one cutting, often hilarious production. Mantegna is his usual best, and Silver's performance is not only on target, it is inspired. I do have to say, though, the play is like an amusement park ride. It's only fun while it lasts. 3 more school districts are voting tomorrow, and they're all facing stiff tax hikes. East Rockaway School District will see taxes rise about 6% if that school budget is approved. Malvern residents may see an 8% tax hike. At stake in Malvern is a proposition to extend board member terms to 4 years from the current 3 years. And the Hempstead district is facing a 10% increase. The concerns among officials in Hempstead are pretty much the same in most Long Island districts. They're forced to come up with funds for such mandated expenses as health insurance, fuel tank replacements, and asbestos removal.
How many groups of 3 do we have in 9?
The problems facing the Hempstead School District is pure mathematics. The proposed school budget for next year is $47 million. It'll require taxpayers to come up with 10% more in taxes next year, or about $6 for every 100 of assessed property value. And yet, for all that extra money, hardly any of it, 8% to be exact, will be spent on education.
We must remove the tanks by 1990. And we do not have the money to do that. And we have not been informed that we will get any assistance. See, so we have to rely on the taxpayers to assist us in what has become mandatory, but without any additional funds to implement.
Asbestos removal from the high school alone will cost about $2 million. Do you have a spare $2 million sitting around to spend on asbestos removal?
We don't have a spare $2, really. You know, we're really down to the minimum.
With so little money available in the budget for education costs, Dr. Pope fears the students may suffer. He says programs for the gifted and talented, the all-day kindergarten, and computer courses may have to be cut back. When it comes to cutting costs, the area that suffers the most is building maintenance. This elementary school is 77 years old and in constant need of repairs.
We have leaky roofs. We have many physical plant facility problems that are at this school. The environment is not conducive for learning and the staff. The environment is not conducive for teaching.
It's a building designed to hold 250 students. The current population is more than 400. The only solution, educators say, is to raise taxes. But some taxpayers feel taxes are too high already.
There's not much you can do about that, but it is very high.
And then there are some residents who say school taxes are essential, no matter what the cost.
See, one time, I was a kid too. I mean, this is a different stage. There's a different environment. So I know the world is wild with kids. So if you don't conquer them now, you never will conquer them.
2 years ago, the Hempstead School District was on austerity. Taxpayers had refused to approve the budget back then. History could be repeated if the budget is rejected tomorrow. But Dr. Pope says that would be disastrous. He says austerity hurts the school in many ways beyond the obvious. Without athletic programs, field trips, and much more, Dr. Pope says a year of austerity is like losing